E4, D4, knight F3, C4, F4, G3, B3.
I actually watched the entirety of that Banter Blitz, and I'm now kind of struggling to remember what he did the most in that contest. I think he was varying his approach quite a bit, but there definitely was a preferred one first
I'm
move.
gonna go for 1 C4 in the first game. That's my, I mean, you know, typical Magnus, non-committal kind of opening. I don't think he wants to play against. Well, it depends what mood. It actually depends what mood he's in. I think
you have a keen insight into both psychology and chess opening.
I do. I mean, he can wake up on the wrong side of the bed, as we say, can Magnus, and it depends what side he wait.
Magnus, by the way, I'm not sure how this is nowadays. We've talked about Niels Grandelius being someone who enjoys to sleep his 10, 12, 14 hours a night. Magnus also sleeps a lot, no? Maybe that's the secret. Just sleep a lot.
He's famous for that, isn't he? That he would often sleep until, what, half an hour before a game sometimes?
Yeah, but not only that, he just also sleeps a lot of hours. I think it's quite common for him to sleep 10 hours per night.
Yeah.
And he played, as Lawrence Trent predicted, the move 1d4 against Alireza Firouzja. And knight f6, c4 is on the board.
I can see the pawn on c4. Are you sure he didn't go c4, knight f6, d4?
Let's do a little recap of the action. 1, d4, knight to f6, pawn to c4, pawn to e6, knight to f3, d5, knight c3, and bishop b4. The so-called Ragozin, which also featured in game 1 of their Banter Blitz match against each other. And I am very curious to see what Magnus has up his sleeve against this very solid opening.
Yeah, that game went quite quickly off the rails for Magnus. He did something kind of offbeat and got a position which wasn't necessarily worse to begin with, but I think he was very eager to press as hard as possible and definitely did overpress and eventually lost. The position they have on the board right now, I do know quite intimately, having lost arguably the worst game of my entire career, I think. In this line with white against Shahryar Mamedjarov in a
he goes for CDED bishop f4 this time. Last time he played bishop g5, still somewhat more no move. And against bishop f4, Alireza plays this very principled system with.
He started with knight c6.
He started with knight c6.
But the expectation still is he goes knight e4, and this is maybe the sharpest reply to bishop f4 currently known to.
Can I interrupt?
To theory?
Please interrupt.
And ask Peter, because when Peter was just a young lad, a young whippersnapper at the Botvinnik school, the great world champion would have come over and slapped him on the wrist for putting his knight on c6 in such a structure. Can we talk about that briefly?
Well, it's generally not really the prescribed method. I agree with that, but it's connected with a very concrete idea here. Black wants to, make sure that his pieces are connected, and he wants a lot of play, a very concrete play, attacking the bishop on f4 with g5 and f5. And in order for that play to gain strength, the knight on c6 is actually quite useful. But yeah, I do take your point, and normally black does play c6 in these structures, or c5 and then knight c6, but not knight c6 with the pawn still on c7. That is a recent-ish development.
But it also shows the sort of rule independence that these young guns that grew up with chess engines have. If the chess engines say, you play knight c6, and then after knight d2, you go g5, bishop e3, f5, that's what you do. Or bishop g3, knight takes d4. I read, I think, Cornet's book on the Ragozin, where he gives this line, and it is very, very sharp. Let's see if Alireza goes for the action, because if not, as you guys mentioned, the knight on c6 looks a little funny if you start playing slowly now, go knight takes d2 or something. Therefore,
yeah, I think giving up on the sharp plan here, having already put your knight on c6, is very, very inconsistent and should give white a pleasant little edge if black bails on the whole g5 f5 plan.
There you see these gentlemen on your screen. Hopefully, Magnus. Yesterday he looked a little, a little grizzled, like he was eating, I don't know, it looked like leftovers on the show. His hair looked out of place. He looked like a broken man. But today, look at him. He cleans up good, wearing his jacket, his shirt, back into part-time model mode. And Alireza Firouzja, you see there with the light background, weighing his options after knight to d2. Seems somewhat surprised by Carlsen's choice. And then if you are a little surprised, of course, it's not so easy to commit to moves like g5, where you have to assume the world champion did some homework.
It is a little bit of a strange one. Having played knight c6, knight e4 so quickly, you would expect knight g2 would enter into his preparation here. It
well,
is
knight d2 is the only good move in this position.
pretty much, yeah.
If you go for illustration's sake, if you go e3, then
Yeah,
this is
g5
a black plan,
h5
and it becomes
g5
very
h5
awkward.
is very awkward for white, and also a dishonorable mention has to go to the move queen a4, which I via a somewhat different move order made there, which is
Yeah, this is
like poor from every single angle.
You did it here to force
Yeah,
knight
I
c6,
gave this check, yeah.
as we mentioned, you want knight c6 anyway.
Yeah, which
Wow. Look
I'm still
what we have here. G5, bishop E3. Look at
Just
this.
mentioned that is the main line, f5, g3, and the action heats up because I think after bishop g3 you can actually take on d4. So this will become very messy.
This is a complete mess, isn't it?
yeah. And while we're waiting for Alireza to play f5, and here really once again there should not be any turning back, because if you give white time to put his pieces on normal squares, it will become very difficult to justify playing g5 this early. And here I am being proven completely wrong by Alireza. Instantly he goes knight c3, bishop a3.
He takes him directly. That is strange, because yeah,
Bishop A3?
as you mentioned, like here with these included, that looks more normal. But he does not wait for it. Goes bishop a3. Now they transpose rook b1.
Yeah,
f5,
Magnus decides not to
knight
try to finesse anything here, so it's still the same position. Castles reestablishes the threat of f4, so that would be one way to continue here. Putting something on d6, once again reestablishing the threat of f4 would be another. But I think castles has to be the most natural move in the position. I don't think black
unless
is
queen b3 is something asks questions. Not sure.
Yeah. And
we will see.
It clearly you can't so far see the second game on your screen.
Oh, you can if I switch to it. This was just so exciting.
But what I mean is, yeah, the Carlsen Firouzja game is clearly the more exciting of the two in terms of opening choices. But we do have to mention that there is a second game also running in which Anish tried playing the Grunfeld, and Hikaru said no thanks, and they are currently playing a kind of a strange Benoni tempo down. What is there an official name by this point to the E3 bishop e2 line against the Grunfeld?
I call it the Grishuk line, but I'm not sure if he's the namesake. He might join us later, so he can take all the credit or refuse it.
It is definitely a Grishuk anti-Grunfeld in my headcanon, but I don't know if that's official just yet.
The point of this line is if you play knight c3 and black plays d5, the so-called Grunfeld, then after takes, if you go e4, this knight can exchange itself for the rival knight, somewhat, you could argue, weakening white structure. While if you start with e3 and castles bishop e2, if you go d5 now, then there is no knight to be exchanged on this square here. After e4, this knight would have to go somewhere else, which practice has shown to favor white. Therefore, they transpose to what in the business we call the Benoni with the move c5. And after d5, you get this Benoni structure where white is committed to e3, not the most challenging move. But the Benoni, as Grishuk famously likes to explain, is son of sorrow. That's what Benoni means, because it's always very bad. And yeah, they're playing some stuff that I think has been around. Sharp position. Anish is playing this suspect structure, tempo up. It's a bold strategy, and we'll see if it works out for him.
Yeah.
Back to this game. This is too exciting. Sorry, Anish.
Yeah. But what I wanted to say is I think we should be quite happy with the openings today, because both games appear to have decent potential for very, very sharp play. I mean, we already have an incredibly sharp position in the Carlsen game, but the Nakamura Giri game could sharpen up at any moment as well. It's a very disbalanced structure.
He went for short castles, the move you mentioned, and queen to b3 was played as well, stopping black from putting his bishop here, because then this pawn would fall with check. So it has to go all the way back. And now Carlsen has a decision to make if he can go bishop g2, or if that loses a piece after f4. If, I don't know, you have to play f3 or knight f3, some move to create space for this bishop. What say you, Peter?
I think bishop g2 does lose a piece, and I couldn't really find any properly sufficient compensation for it. So I think it's understandable he decides against that. And now we have this extremely weird position on the board where the structure is sort of unlike anything you probably will have ever seen. And the pieces are on incredibly weird squares as well. A major point here is that black, of course, would very much like to stop the white knight, which is currently on g2, from landing on e5. So I think g4 would be a very useful move positionally. Unfortunately, it loses a pawn to bishop g2, and there's just no way to protect it without at least losing the b7 pawn. So you probably start with knight a5. I assume the starting point here for black has to be to play knight a5, and probably after queen a4 is the most logical reply. I'm guessing we play c6, and we intend to play b5 next move and drive the queen away. And that also means that we are not losing the pawn on g5 currently, because fg5 appears to just pick up a healthy pawn, because black cannot recapture instantly. That will lose a knight, but you can play b5 first. The queen will have to go to somewhere like c2, and then black can win that pawn back with an incredibly messy position, but the position which I suspect should be quite okay for him.
Yeah, Magnus, for all these reasons, after knight a5 very quickly goes queen to c2, not to be hit by c6, b5. Could be that he's still in his preparation. Alireza is taking time. He's messed up his hair, maybe on purpose. Looks very focused. And
another point why the queen is quite well placed on c2 is that after g4 we can play h3, and that actually creates a very strong threat of simply h takes g4, because you will not be able to recapture due to mate in 1. It is actually conceivable to play g4, h3, h5. I don't think it necessarily loses, but it's a very, very risky approach to open the h file for the white rook like that. So I expect maybe just the thing is, white does want to go knight f3 next move. Probably getting that knight over to e5 is one of the more obvious strategic ideas white has in this position. So you do have to weigh your approach here and figure out what kind of harms you the least. Allowing knight f3, or allowing the opening of the h file, or maybe something like g4, h3, rook f7.
Does knight f3, well, does knight f3 allow some knight c4?
Yeah, it definitely allows knight c4, which is why maybe you can just play a waiting move now, something like c6 once again, or
right. But I don't
know if that's the most useful waiting move.
Because knight c4, bishop c1, you can actually.
Yeah, I have a feeling we can still play knight f3 regardless. Yeah,
yeah.
And we are landing it on e5 next move. But the king side still is very, very undeveloped, and black could also just go knight d6, knight e4, somewhere around here. Just say that I have a knight which is not much worse than yours.
Yeah, knight f3 far from forced, of course. Bishop g2, very much a move.
Yeah, c3, c4 might even be a move just to open up some space, although it does run into bishop e6. Yeah.
All right, so sharp position here. Alireza considering his options. Magnus. Yeah, playing literally the sharpest line there is in this complex, even though they both collaborated to get this position because it's such a mess. Black also has safer choices here.
Yeah, against after bishop f4, black definitely has options which are a lot saner, so to speak. Than
Vachier-Lagrave recently played something like this with, you know, normal chess.
This has been around for a while, and in my opinion, should be the safest and the soundest choice, so to speak. But this is crazier, and I think Alireza generally welcomes crazier.
He also must have a lot of confidence because he's clearly not that well prepared because he started taking some time early on here, but he's still going for the sharpest option against Magnus. He's thinking, who's that guy after that Bantamblitz match? Probably not exactly what he's thinking.
Not exactly like that, but yeah, I don't think he lacks in confidence in general, and the recent dynamics between the two actually favor him, which is not something very many people can say about their head-to-head against Magnus. And he does end up playing the move c7, c6, which we mentioned, as a kind of a useful stand-in, perhaps preparing for b5, although not entirely clear if black needs to spend the tempo on this, but mainly just kind of making your whole structure sturdier, making your position more prepared for the eventual complications.
All right, sharp fight ahead here. Shall we visit the other game? Lawrence,
Yes.
One thing you have in common with Anish Giri is you don't get many compliments, but you are confident. Do you think Anish can make a comeback here?
No. I think he's a huge dog in the match, and I don't see him winning the match. I also don't like his position. He's just played f5. This is not really the kind of position that Anish revels in my opinion.
I kind of agree, even though with all the disrespect, everyone is always throwing at Anish, and we do it a lot too, even though mainly tongue-in-cheek. Let's never forget this guy is I don't know his current FIDE rating, but 2,760 player who's reached 2,800 at a very young age, so he can play all kinds of positions.
Of course he can. There's
just
no
the usual
question.
disclaimer.
There's no question he can play all kinds of positions, but there is a reason why they called this opening the Son of Sorrow.
They don't actually call this opening the Son of Sorrow, though. It is just a Hebrew translation of the name Benoni. But
was it actually from Italian originally or something?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that Sasha knowing some Hebrew is a welcome sign, but it's not an actual name for this opening.
Well, maybe should be.
That's a different topic, but.
So it's Italian. It was some master called, I don't know, Gianluca Benoni who came up with this opening?
It is very possible that this is actually the case, yes.
Wow.
But I mean, let's talk about the position. Why isn't white just better? Let me just put that argument to you. You know, any old
the knight is on a good square. That's where you want the knight in these structures. Yeah. Keeping an eye on d6. White potentially can go f3, e4. You have the plan with rook b1, b4. Currently a4 is hanging. Giri had to play rook d8, probably to free his queen from d6 defense duties. Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, but let's just say I play. What can I play here?
f3.
Okay, yeah, f3. Sure. Rook e8. Now what do you want to do? Now he plays f3 immediately. Well done. Nice move. Rook e8. And what does he want to do here? Just some rook e1, rook d1.
He's going all super Grandmaster Leonas. He goes bishop e1, improving this bishop, not exchanging it. Wants to put on g3 or h4 and then g4.
That's actually a beautiful move if it's very strong. Claiming that actually the dragon bishop, as it's often known, is actually not as effective in this position because, yeah, white just got this gorgeous knight on c4, so bishop g3 is a threat.
Peter, what do you do here? You go b5, or is that asking too much?
I don't think we can justify going b5 right here because it doesn't actually allow us to undermine the knight on c4. I have a feeling that I don't really like this position for black anymore. I thought he was doing okay, but I no longer really feel that way. And he played knight c7. That knight was on a6, and it did have the b4 square available to it around move 15. And very, very quickly, Anish opted to just not even explore the options of, I don't know, keeping knight b4 alive as a dream at least. And I think very much depends on whether he could have played more actively somewhere around here, because right now I think it feels like he's being pushed around a little bit. Although I will say that if the bishop lands on g3, after queen e7 in particular, now that the pawn on d6 is protected, bishop g3 probably will invite knight a6 before as a reaction. I don't know if that achieves very much for black, but at least it improves the position of one of his pieces.
Yeah, queen e7 played, bishop g3 as well, and the knight could go back to the rim in order to find a better square, but Anish goes bishop f6. Probably still wants to exchange that guy if possible with bishop h4.
Yeah, I think that has to be the plan. Yeah, trying to get that bishop on g3 just off the board. It's clearly the better bishop of the two, so that trade should favor black quite a bit.
Wow, Lawrence has some green screen issues, and if I talk to him now, we can all see it because he will appear on camera. It's gonna be fun.
I'll be right back, guys.
Let's switch back to Mr. Magnus. So c6, bishop g2 played. Alireza takes a tempo to go bishop d6, put this bishop on a better square. Not afraid of fg.
Yeah, that's the big question there. Why are we not? I guess f4, bishop f5 is the reply. He is just a very, very concrete player and notices that that tactic exists, and fg5 is currently not a particularly threatening thing. Isn't he just doing very well again? c4,
I don't
gf.
think so.
Is there something you have noticed about this position, or?
No, I'm just, making conversation. So gf queen h4 check is your
gf queen f4 and bishop f2, I guess, is
this
just
is what I was
fine,
thinking about. And now bishop g3.
Even c takes
queen
d5,
h6,
maybe, yeah.
But we can go cd.
Yeah, I underestimated
Who's better and why?
g4. I'm picking white here. I think the knight on a5 is too out of place here.
Yeah, gf4 played, and bishop e6. Alireza does not give the check.
Instant bishop e6, and now if that check is not being given, it does allow white maybe to stabilize somehow. Although it's still a position which is very, very difficult to assess, because your eye continues being very drawn to the idea of, I don't know, playing, let's say, c5 here just to close things down for a bit. And then once again, the whole conversation about knight f3, knight g5, or knight f3, knight e5. But going knight f3 will instantly revive the knight on a5, because it will land on c4, and c4 is a very good square for it. And the open g file, it looks like it should favor white, because white probably will be the side that gives the first check. But the king on hh is actually, I suspect, quite safe, because the bishop on e3 is so restricted by white's own pawns on e3 and on d4 and f4 that it's very difficult to imagine white actually threatening the king on h8.
Yeah, Magnus goes cd. Alireza has a decision to make if he wants to exchange his bishops with bishop takes d5 or go cd5 directly.
Yeah, I think rook b5 in both cases will be very, very critical, but yeah, he goes cd. Bishop takes d5, I think.
d5, there's rook c8, no?
Yeah, there's rook c8, and the back rank might start giving white some problems. And Magnus just ignores the g file altogether. Feels that he needs to safeguard his own king first.
Yeah, same reasoning. It's going to be quite okay on h1, and then you can still start targeting d5 for one day. Go for gold knight maneuver. I would guess he's slightly better, no? Shouldn't he be?
I suspect so, but it's far from clear. Like, we go rook c8, we ask you to nominate a square. If you play queen a4 here, I was worried about queen a4, but queen a4 I think is very well met by a6.
If I just go here.
Yeah, exactly. So you probably go queen d3. I play something like b6, I suspect, just to never have to think about the pressure on the b file again. And then I want to play knight c4 next move.
Yeah.
It's a strange structure.
Or you do what Alireza did, which is more my caveman style, king h8.
I don't think he's intending to attack. I think he just feels that the king needs to be on h8 because it's safer on that square. I don't think there's really any particular reason to feel that it will be black who attacks on the g file here.
Yeah, very similar
Following
to
the
what we
g-file.
just talked about. King h8, knight f3, knight c4, queen d3.
Yeah, b6, I guess,
B6
is
or not.
still the way to go. Just once again, to make sure that you don't have to think about protecting that pawn with your pieces for the rest of the game. Because yes, there are like queen e7, queen d7, queen c7 moves, but after all of them, white probably goes knight e5, and you once again have to wonder if knight takes c4 is a threat somehow. b6 played, and
But knight takes c4 is never a threat with the rook on.
not immediately, yeah, but it kind of occupies your mind slightly. It just feels looser to have it on b7 than on b6. I think it's just very, very natural to play b6 here as a matter of course. King h1 played by Magnus. I guess similar reasoning to king h8. There's probably not going to be a mating attack on the g file in this game, but having your king on the g file just makes no sense whatsoever. And yeah, and we've reached a kind of a position we were talking about for the past few minutes where everything's stabilized, and I guess the knight on e5 makes you prefer white here, but I don't think it's anything huge.
Yeah.
Then again, if you imagine, let's say, white finding time enough to play something like bishop f2, queen h3, bishop h4, there definitely could be problems for black on the king side as well.
I like white's position.
Yeah,
the knight on e5,
I think I do as well, yeah.
Or Harvey Dent, as I like to call it, does a very good job fighting against the black forces.
Okay, yeah, should we switch? Because
he took Harvey.
Anish just played a move which I don't know if it's bad or whether his position was already bad, but after f4, e4, bishop d4 check, I guess Hikaru is going to just go king h1.
Yeah, once again, if this knight was on some kind of a sensible square,
right,
black would be okay. But it takes black so much time to get that knight. Like and I think you kind of have to try, but I just don't foresee that happening.
Looks pretty bad, doesn't it? I'm not
Just
sure
bishop
where we
c3?
break through a5, or if we go bishop c3 and for some e5, or even some bishop d2 to fish for some more weaknesses. It doesn't look very unpleasant.
Yeah, I think bishop c3 is the most direct, in particular now that Anish played rook b8. I think it's very, very inviting to go bishop c3 here, because black is pretty much obliged to take, and then after queen takes c3, e5 is an immediate threat, and it is a threat that will be very, very difficult to stop, frankly. I just don't see how black doesn't completely collapse to the threat of e4, e5, followed by d6, d7, and so on.
Just looks completely over this position.
Yeah, over is maybe a little bit strong, but yeah, it's a very, very troublesome position for Anish.
Come on, Anish, get it together.
The one sort of potential saving grace black has is that if we imagine some position in which white goes e5, d, d6, and the move d6 is not a fork, so we play queen, let's say f8 here. I don't know. It's an ugly move to make. But my point is e5, d, d6 does allow knight e6, and that knight has a kind of a nice square on d4 to look forward to. But I suspect that white still ends up
even that after
very
knight
much
e5,
ahead. Yeah,
knight c6 is probably just you've even got exchange sacrifices there that are probably extremely good on d4.
Yeah, but I think you still have to do that. And I mentioned queen f8 because something like queen d7 I suspect would have been more logical, but queen d7 loses a pawn to queen f6 and you resign. So yeah, queen f8, Anish comes to the same conclusion that this is a sad move to make, but you might just have to.
Okay.
Yeah, Anish needs to find one quality he has here, which is defending ugly positions, but it does not look great thus far.
He isn't the Minister of Defense, though, Mr. Sergei.
It's pretty decent.
Is he a general in the army, or is he a top-ranking officer? I don't really know.
I'm not sure if they're on the same army. I'm not even sure if Kayakin is still in charge of the Ministry of Defense. I think he might have been transferred to the Ministry of Finance and therefore is worrying less about defense.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, good point, well made.
Yeah. Okay, so we don't have to go e5, so we can always push on the other flank, as we say in German.
Yeah, black is
A5.
very hamstrung here. You can start by playing h3 here, which won't spoil anything. You can think about putting one rook on e1 and one on d1, and black probably still won't be able to stop e5 from happening. So you have pretty much all the time in the world. But I think the temptation to just calculate e5 to a victory could be very strong here. Like e5, d is absolutely the only move you can make. We go d6. Knight e6 is strictly the only move you can make. We go knight takes e5 maybe, or d7 first. I can't decide here because we've generated a threat of knight d7, which is, although you probably are quite happily sacrificing that exchange because you pick up on d6.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
No, I missed queen takes d6 at first.
Okay.
White is still better here after rook e1, but I think we're selling our position short probably. We want more.
He plays a5.
Yeah, this is the professional move.
And Trent 1, Svidler 0.
Yeah.
This has happened before.
Yeah, this is not the first.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. A5.
We should play that clip at some point.
Yeah, let's get that in the break. This is the right move. Not because,
although it's talking about the silver linings of the current world situation, I am unlikely to share the office space with that person.
I don't know. In Germany, we're lifting restrictions a little, so
yeah. How am I supposed to fly in, Jan?
Who said anything about flying? Get your walking boots on, son. See you in a few days.
Yeah.
This is just really sad for Anish. I mean, how do you actually... Okay, let's propose a move here. G5?
No, I want to go BA5. I don't see any other sensible move. No, yeah,
he has played that, yeah.
Queen A5 would B7. It's not great, but...
It feels like it might just lose by 4 simply to Queen A5, Rook B7, B6.
B6, exactly.
I just don't see a reply to B6 for now. Yeah, Rook A8. Rook A8 is a move. No, Rook 8, Rook takes B7, you will lose.
What?
This you will always lose because you just get mated. The rooks are just so much stronger than the queen. You take on C7, go back to B7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At some point I will find
this pawn being gone.
Yeah, but B6, maybe you can miraculously play Rook DB8 and not resign, but he goes E5.
E5, whoa.
So Hikaru actually calculated something here, which is not surprising. He is a very, very good calculator.
Also, it's a very, very good position, so maybe...
Yeah.
Tactics are normally easier to spot in very good positions, and D6 on the board.
So what's the improvement here? Why is this stronger than... I guess Queen A6 wins. Yeah, now D7.
D7, Queen A6,
yeah? Yeah, that's cute.
That is cute and also very, very decisive, so...
That's it.
Anish really,
Peace.
Not shining.
He hasn't shown up yet.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, for the Anish fans.
It's painful to see because it's not like he gets a good position and then blunders in time trouble or something. He's just losing one-sided games. It also happened against MVL. And that I'm not used to from Anish. He's so industrious about his openings, his preparation. Yeah.
But I think this is also what happens when you start poorly in a tournament like this, because this is you still feel this is a rapid tournament, so you are kind of allowed slightly more liberties than normally, and you also feel that you are now lagging behind and you need to start taking additional risks, and that leads even somebody who, like Anish, we all know has a rock solid repertoire. It leads him to perhaps playing positions he doesn't know that well and positions he normally would steer, very, very clear of.
But the scoring system is such that you have to win the match, no? So there's no rewards for playing higher variance if it will make you lose the match. So I don't know, might be tilting, but yeah, I kind of agree with Lawrence's point that C5, the Benoni did not exactly feel like an Anish opening with all the disclaimers that all these guys can play any structure and so on.
Yeah, knight a8 probably a good practical choice, hoping to land that knight on b6 when if and when white goes g7. Hikaru goes knight takes e5 first, also showing that rook e5 d7 is instantly winning. So Anish will go knight b6 here. d7 rook d8. I was not able to find an immediate forced win. It might be there, but it's you still have to think a little bit. But
is he going to play some queen a2 check? That's what I would be.
Yeah, but I don't know what that gains. Like queen a2, we go king g7. Maybe you play knight g4 and you switch to some kind of a mating
Maybe
attack,
after king g7, you're lacking defense along the 7th. Can I then switch to queen a6?
That is kind of cute.
Thank you. I'm kind of cute, or the move? Or both?
Obviously both, yeah. And there's things happening in the Magnus game which I think we should be addressing.
Yeah, because Anish is still in trouble no matter what. So this escalated quickly after we've seen this. Alireza puts his rooks on the g file. Magnus now with the 2 bishops and a good structure, but Alireza has this super knight on c4, and he is going all out for the attack here.
So the idea being that rook h3 is actually a blunder because of mate, or what? Queen f5, yeah?
Let's figure this out. Magnus takes the pawn or the bait. Which one is it? Rook g2 played, threatening checkmate in 1.
Yeah, threatening checkmate in 1, but there are a number of ways I think not to blunder mates here. I think h3, called hard as it looks, it might be just fine because black.
Why not rook h3? That's my first question.
Queen takes f5, as Lawrence has indicated, is probably winning on the spot.
Beautiful.
And the alternatives include basically bishop h3 and h3. There's not very much else. But both of those moves, as far as I can tell, don't lose. I would prefer to play h3 if that move is sort of legal and doesn't drop anything. But
so h3 you would take on f5, bishop f5.
Queen takes here.
Queen takes, rook takes, rook e2, and play that.
No, here I think white is close to winning after bishop g5, bishop f6, and so on. I think the tables get turned very quickly here, and it's white who will be doing the attacking. So the bigger question is whether after h3 black has some kind of a tactical shot which disturbs the white coordination.
Magnus looks very focused.
For instance, there's this move knight b2, which my problem with knight b2 is that I don't know that white is at all required to take. The point of knight b2, it's actually there is no point. I was planning to meet bishop takes b2 with queen g5. I was trying to distract the bishop and to triple on the g file.
That's very cute.
But I have a feeling this will probably lose to bishop g4, or maybe not. I don't know. The cute tactic here is queen e3 rook h2 check, of course, which is something I was quite proud of. But bishop g4 might have been still perfectly okay, and Magnus opts for bishop h3, which is actually. Yeah, actually, this is kind of more forcing than h3, and Alireza instantly goes rook takes e2, continuing to show.
That
show them tactics.
Yeah, he has a lot of imagination. Although I honestly think this probably doesn't work.
He's nodding. He looks optimistic. Oh no! Now he's shaking his head. He's missed something.
Yeah,
he's visibly upset.
I think we can take and go rook g1, and Magnus has already taken.
He's talking to himself. Yeah.
And I think in this position, rook g1, potentially Alireza thought he could play bishop g4 there, and only now he realized that rook f3 g3 just wins.
That could be it. Yeah, that he's blundered rook g8.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, rook g1 played, and now I think his best shot might be takes queen g4 check. But I don't currently see any follow-up after king h1. It feels kind of awkward to put your king back into the corner, but you do have very strong threats on the backswing. So I just don't see how you continue. Knight on c4 looks beautiful, but doesn't actually take any part in the attack here because the bishop on c1 controls all the important squares here.
No, Alireza's blundered. Magnus has this smile, this I got you 16-year-old whippersnapper smile on his face, and Alireza he's very quickly gone through the 5 phases of depression, through the depth up, and he's already at acceptance, and he's looking for a way out. But I have a feeling there is no way out.
Also down to seconds, and Anish committed an honorable seppuku.
Anish lost already. Yeah, Anish, get it together.
Why did I say seppuku there? You're not supposed to say seppuku, but okay.
I don't know what seppuku is. I'm familiar.
Queen takes d7. Queen takes d7 is.
I play Seppuku in the newspaper. I'm not very good with numbers, but
Yeah.
No, that's crossword.
Okay.
And Alireza also lost after Rook G1. Decided to call it a game. So both games end abruptly. Anish is still sitting there, staring into the abyss.
Yeah, abyss is really... Is he staring into it, or is he actually in the abyss staring out? Ever thought about that?
No, I never.
We try not to.
No, but on a serious note, Anish really needs to just... I think he's actually quite angry. He's got his angry... He's not even upset. He's angry, and that's what I want to see. I'm
not upset. I'm disappointed.
Yeah. He's not even disappointed or upset. He's angry. He's just... He needs to get fired up here. Somehow he needs to get back to...
He's going to go into the phone booth that he has standing in his living room. He's going to take off his glasses and he will emerge as Super Anish for the next game with the white pieces. And he has to be, because he's facing Hikaru Nakamura, the veteran, the rapid expert, and he's down 1-0. It's an uphill struggle for Anish Giri. But I will never write him off. Magnus Carlsen, on the other hand, has done his job with the white pieces, defeated Alireza Firouzja, who, of course, with all the hype he's been getting the last 5 days, we have to mention, is 16 years old, and this is not a blitz tournament where his incredible mouse speed is a giant asset. This is 15 plus 10, and he's playing against the best players in the world. So I do not think, we talked about this before, that there is a big chance for Alireza to win this tournament. He's shown that he belongs, but no one should be surprised that he's down 1-0 against Magnus.
Yeah, White quite convincingly winning both games. Although we kind of missed a very interesting phase in the Carlsen Firouzja game. We saw Alireza snap on e5, more or less the moment that knight appeared there. And the next time we looked at the position, he already went sort of all in on the mating attack along the g file. It's interesting to see if maybe he could have consolidated and not done that. But it was starting with from bishop takes e5. I think his play was very, very consistent. If you allow your opponent such obvious positional trumps, you do need to generate some tactical counterplay to justify it. And he did try that by doubling on the g file and trying to create concrete threats. Just didn't entirely work out tactically.
Yeah, overall smooth victory for Magnus. It looked like he chose this line, which is not really a surprise. It's one of the main lines, but it did look like Alireza was a little surprised, as indicated by the move order and him taking some time around here. And yeah, can't put my finger on where he went wrong exactly, but I never liked his position all that much, so maybe it was an opening.
Yeah, it's one of those strange games where it's kind of difficult to pinpoint a mistake. Apart from, I mean, you can definitely argue that the sacrifice on f5 towards the very end of the game was miscalculated. But honestly, by this point, it was a very logical continuation of the overall plan he was going for there. And prior to that, I really don't know what to criticize. It seemed like maybe Magnus just knew the intricacies of this line better and got simply a better position out of the opening and handled it well.
Which is also, this will also come for Alireza with time, but currently he's probably still a little more predictable than a Magnus Carlsen, for example. I think this Ragozin is pretty much what he does against 1d4. And Magnus, after that band splits match, of course, did some homework, taking this very seriously, this matchup. Not just because, you know, there's a lot at stake and it's his tournament, but also because I'm sure he was not too thrilled about all these headlines of teenager beats world champion than we've seen recently.
Yeah.
Lawrence, what are the rules? When do the games continue?
They continue 10 minutes after they both finished, except after round 2 when they try and sync everything up. So they should be kicking off in the next couple of minutes. And you're right, Jan. Normally, over the past 10 years, it was kid beats world champion and Magnus Carlsen was the kid.
You remember we used to call him the kid?
We do, I do. The Mozart of chess, I think he was the tagline.
Also the kid. In Russian chess circles, he was called the kid for a long time. And like Robert James Fischer, I learned Russian to follow Russian chess circles, and there was a lot of the kid going on.
Yeah, and now he's very...
No, but that had a very specific explanation, though. It's to do with the... Is that Astrid Lindgren again, or is it not? The Carlsen.
I know my Astrid Lindgren. What's your question?
The Carlsen who lives on the roof. The
Carlsen vom Dach. I don't think that's Astrid Lindgren.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, that's. I'm mixing up my young adult novels, but in Russian those are called. Basically, they're called the kid and Carlsen.
Oh, it is Astrid Lindgren. Apologies, you're right, of course. Ugh, I feel terrible now.
And he was, a very happy. For a while, he was a very happy confluence of, both the kid and Carlsen. So that was a very natural way of referring to him.
Wow.
And I think
there's Carlsen on the roof. There's Svidler on the roof. Jan, you ever been on the roof?
No, I'm just on the ground as the janitor.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yep. Anyways, so 2 white wins, 2 convincing wins it seems, and more blood to come. They'll be kicking off any minute. Remember, guys, we have got a special offer today. I guess I should mention that again. Your free delivery on all merch, not all merch, Chess24 merch. If you like t-shirts, hats, signed mugs, stickers, hoodies, and everything else, go to chess24.com/store. And today, by using the code invitational, you will actually be able to get your order shipped freely. I assume that's globally, Jan. I mean, even if you live in Antarctica, are we really paying the fees to send a package to, the South Pole, or what's going on?
Shout out to our viewers in Antarctica. I hear they have not been hit by the coronavirus yet. So hang in there, Antarctica.
The budding penguin viewership is we salute you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm sure there must be 1 or 2 penguins watching this.
As we know on this show, penguins mate for life, not unlike chess players.
Indeed.
I would need to do some research on that, because this has been disproven about some other birds. For instance, the old myth about swans mating for life has been, I think, conclusively proven to be.
We have had this discussion in the past, and I absolutely refuse to look it up. I will just continue keeping my penguin position.
It's been disproved that they are partners for life. Is that what you're saying?
The swans, the swans are that they cheat like crazy. Yeah, there's things happening behind the scenes there, which
there's a lot of black swans in that community. Penguins, I don't know.
Yeah. Wow.
Lawrence, what's your favorite animal?
What's my? Has to be the wombat.
No, I don't like wombats. I'm a big fan of losses, as we say in Russian. The moose. I'm a big moose fan, and they've got very sharp.
So where do you land on the whole moose/elk divide?
Where do I land on it? Hopefully not on their raga. That would not be a good place to land.
Yeah, that would be an unfortunate place to land.
No, I like watching the big the big sort of American mooses battle it out in, the middle of the street.
I have a feeling those actually are elk.
No, I'm pretty sure they're. No.
I think it's one of those British or American things.
Could be.
I think they're moose in Europe and elk in the northern America. But
I have to say, again, I don't eat much meat, but I can't resist a good mousse au chocolat.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. I was about to say I've never tried moose or elk, but I guess it's quite a tasty meat if you are into it.
It's venison is venison, so
yeah.
Okay, we're down to 3 viewers. Thanks, Joe Rogan, for sticking with us. The games will resume any minute. Anish Giri, down 1-0, has to win with the white pieces to come back in this match. And Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, defeated Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces. Now he will have the black pieces against Alireza. Alireza, usually a 1e4 player. What opening do we expect there?
Yeah, it's interesting to see because Magnus actually he did not deliver a lecture on the topic, but he did mention during the banter he at some point switched back to playing those quiet Spanish. I think Alireza plays 6d3 if you try playing like the Marshall. He doesn't allow that by playing 6d3, and they at some point played something which for the first maybe 13 moves was very reminiscent of the game Magnus ended up winning in the Vachier-Lagrave tournament. And Magnus said something along the lines of, "This worked very well in Vik. I see no reason not to continue doing this, and I expect it to still be a very good choice against Alireza." So it does feel like for him a kind of a classical Spanish with nothing very much going on in the opening in terms of sharp complications is still a way to play for a win with black, because he was very clearly doing that to play for a win, not to just equalize.
So you don't think, talking of animals, we're going to see the Norwegian rat today?
I think that's reserved for Banter Blitz and for playing you.
What is your favorite opening with an animal in its name?
Clip that.
The bat?
How many do we even know?
The orangutan?
No, I'm not a huge fan of that. Although I think it's called the Sokolsky in Russian. So it even took me a second to realize to figure out what you're talking about. Still has to be the dragon, I assume, but
yes,
they aren't real, Peter.
Now you're telling me.
They are real.
Komodo dragons are real.
Yeah, exactly.
As has been well publicized.
What about the elephant gambit? A Mike Basman special.
Not a fan.
No, I think it depends on whether like the correctness of the opening comes into it at all.
The hippo?
Took me a while, but I have my answer.
I
like the Catalan.
Nice.
Pretty
nicely done, sir.
Well done. Pat yourself on the back. Go on. Do it on stream so we can all see. Very nice. Excellent. Hedgehog, hippo, orangutan.
Oh yeah, actually the hedgehog is not a bad shot at all.
That's all I got. That's all.
Yeah, there must be more, but
there must be more.
I'm blanking quite hard on this right now.
The flying pig. No.
Not sure if that's the thing, and we do have at least one game already in progress, so perhaps we should.
We have liftoff. Anish with the white pieces against Nakamura, and we see a queen's gambit declined with bishop to f4.
Yeah, and Hikaru played knight b7 against Magnus twice and scored no points. He was awarded no points, and we were all slightly more educated for
Another
him
line,
play.
by the way, that I call the Grishuk line. Probably this one is not technically Grishuk's invention, but I also associated with him. This e3 bishop e2 line here, d takes c, short castles that Anish plays.
Not the most ambitious approach against knight b7, it feels to me, but I mean, it definitely has its place, and I'm trying to figure out if I actually played this once in my life and won a nice game against Dmitry Yakovenko in a very, very prehistoric Grand Prix in Sochi 2008 or whatever. But my forays into closed openings in those years was so infrequent that I honestly don't remember much about that game at all.
So Anish does not play c5
did
as Carlsen played twice against Nakamura, but he plays bishop to e2. Point is after d takes c4, which was played. You don't have to recapture immediately, but you can castle. That's why this is superior to bishop to d3. And typically black chooses between a6 or c5 here. Simplifying the position somewhat, but there is still some tension. Grishuk won some nice games here. I think recently against Topalov, he had a very nice victory. Therefore, yeah, I think it's an interesting choice, but I do agree that it's not going for the most possible tension. Then again, if anybody has a refutation of the Queen's Gambit declined, please mail me. It's a very solid opening.
Yeah, I guess honorable mention in the current position after DC castles has to go to knight d5 and then knight takes f4, which, you know, at first glance to people who are not well versed in the current thinking on this might look like black has achieved a great deal. We've traded the bishop for a knight, and seemingly there is now a nice Alani on d4, which might be weak, and the pawn on e4 also doesn't appear to be doing very much. But yeah, the bishop on c8 is very, very poor here. And the fact that white now has very firm control over the center, the very nice square on e5 for his knight, and as Jan indicated, even tactical ideas of pushing f5 very often is just much more important here.
Yeah, so that didn't happen because people are a bit scared of that position. Nakamura plays c5, d takes c, knight takes c5, which is a common way to proceed. Bishop takes c4. I think Kramnik also had some games here. No, I can't recall if it was with white or black. Playing a6 or queen takes d1 followed by b6. Slightly suffering, but usually holding. Let's see what Hikaru has in store. It looks a bit like the Queen's Gambit accepted, which is an opening Hikaru also plays frequently, where you often get similar endgames, so he will not be unfamiliar with this structure.
Not at all, and it also is a very theoretical line, so he should be quite up to date on this.
Yep. However, as mentioned, if I think Anish has a significant edge against Hikaru, even in rapid, then I do think it's an opening preparation. That's why this first game did not look great. So let's see if Anish has some ideas here. Because it's become clear, he has to show ideas. He can't, hide his normal openings if he wants to compete in this tournament.
Yeah, I think that's quite clear.
a6, knight e5 on the board makes a lot of sense. He's expecting b5 when he wants to go bishop e2, bishop f3. Also, the knight is ready to jump here. b5, can you go knight c6 directly?
I think it's probably close to winning, yeah. So b5 is just not a move you can make. And knight cd7, I expected either knight fd7 or knight cd7 here, because that knight on e5 is extremely annoying, can't really be tolerated for very long. And knight cd7, I think, makes more sense, because knight on f6 is reasonably safe, and trading the other one is more logical, because it could have gotten hit by white's pieces. Bishop b2, as indicated, is played by Anish here. White needs to fight against b5, bishop b7. If black gets b5, bishop b7 unimpeded, he is instantly fine, I think, in these types of positions.
Yeah, also this bishop usually doesn't have much to do on c4. Therefore, rerouting it to this long diagonal.
Yeah, very nice sort of multi-purpose move here by Anish. The question is, can black ignore it and still go takes b5? Bishop f3, rook a7, and say, I am
legend.
I am not as discomfited by all this as you think I will be.
I might have seen this position on some screen someday, so I guess it is a legal option. Looks slightly better for white, but
black
not
comes.
sure.
I think black comes very close to actually losing material here, but maybe he doesn't. Something like queen takes d8 followed by rook bishop d4 comes very close to actually winning this exchange. Rook d7, bishop c6, rook d6, and you're barely scraping by. But if you are not losing any material here, you will probably just equalize. So it might be worth for black to explore this option.
If you're waiting for the Magnus game, I'm hearing that one of the players is disconnected and the game is delayed, but of course it will kick off any minute once everybody's back online. Bishop e2, and Hikaru is still thinking. So maybe Anish opening prep scores one here. Not saying a victory, but you know, making the opponent think first.
Yeah, and you feel comfortable with Anish playing like this. He's already.
This is his type of chess. Out prepare, a small plus.
Yeah, exactly. Stick to what you're good at. For example, Jan, you're good at openings. Peter, you're good at chess in general. You know,
What are you good at?
I'm not quite sure yet, but whatever it is, I'll stick.
But you're still young.
Exactly. I've got my whole life in front of me.
Yes.
I think Anish thrives in these positions, and already he's got, what, a 4-minute advantage on the clock? This could be
Which is, I will say, it's slightly surprising. It's slightly surprising that Hikaru is pausing this early, because it feels like this line is reasonably topical, not maybe the absolute main line of the knight bd7 variation of the QGD, but as Jan said, this has been played by strong players recently enough, and yeah, bishop b4. That's a quirky way of and a very tactical attempt of to deal with the issues here, which I honestly don't entirely like. The plan obviously is to take on c3 more or less, come
rain or shine.
Yeah, exactly. Hell or high water, and to go knight d5 next. And this might even black might even be ready to sacrifice a pawn to do that, because, for instance, in the current position, just to finish with the thought, I think bishop f3 would have been very, very logical in reply, but I think black actually replies to this by taking and going knight d5 anyway. And bishop takes d5, eg, queen takes d5, knight takes e5, bishop e6. And this is not a position to be happy about, but honestly, I suspect it might be the best position you have after bishop f3, which is why I don't really like bishop b4.
Yeah, what are some other options? We'll see. The game between Alireza and Magnus Carlsen has started in the meantime after, there was a slightly long break because of the disconnection, but they're back. Knight c6, bishop b5, the Rossolimo, another Italian opening, like the Benoni. Lawrence, who was Mr. Rossolimo? Do you know? I don't know.
I don't know, and I was about to say, I won't do that. That would be poor marketing, to say the least. The Rossolimo, yeah, bishop b5.
I think he was an Argentinian, very strong Argentinian player of the, I think, maybe 1930s and 40s. I might be getting the era very wrong. It might be earlier, but I feel reasonably confident on the Argentinian part of it.
Just very
as we all know, Rossolimo means red lemonade, so he has not only invented this chess opening, but also a popular drink. And Carlsen goes for the move e6 here. He was more of a g6 player in the past. That's what he used in his World Championship match against Caruana. But he has played e6, for example, against Anish Giri in the Zagreb tournament 2019. Won a nice game there. So it's one of the lines that are mainstays in his repertoire. d3 here, queen c7 is rare, I believe. Knight e7 they usually play, no?
I think knight e7 is the main move in terms of games played, but queen c7 does seem logical, and in particular, it is logical in connection with the idea that Alireza just agreed to allow, which is slightly surprising to me, but maybe there is no better choice. Black generally, I think, quite likes setting up the pawn on e5 as early as possible, and then sort of playing around this this central setup.
This is a structure Magnus has been trying to get with both colors in a lot of games over at least the last year. So this is very much his home turf. And he is, of course, taking maybe some liberties here to get the structure, like moving the e-pawn twice. But he enjoys these pawns on e5 and c5.
Yeah, he really likes this, and he likes being able to play d6 and a timely f5, either fianchettoed or not. I think this is a very wise choice by Magnus. I think this is excellent, right up his alley, and has got all the sort of imbalances he needs to create a very spicy middle game that he can slowly start to outplay.
I would like to get on my first retraction of the day. Nothing to do with Argentina. Nicolas Rossolimo, who was an American, French, Greek, Russian chess grandmaster, and born in Kiev. So I'm about as wrong on that topic as it is possible to be. And I wanted that corrected as early as possible.
Okay. Knight d2, knight e7, knight c4. I guess you have to go d6 or knight g6. After knight g6, I guess you can seriously consider h4.
H4 is very, very typical, but black is normally not happy about playing H5 in these types of positions. H5 and then F6 is a setup they very, very often just go for voluntarily, even without being prompted.
So
the chat is reacting quite harshly, Peter, to you being wrong about Rossolimo.
So am I. I should have known better.
So, yeah, I don't actually see Alireza playing h4 because h5 is such a...
Yep, h4 played. And h5. h5, Magnus, usually in all these positions, and I'm thinking more of the 95 Sveshnikov, but he's been team meet h4 with h5 instantly in many a situation.
Yeah. This is one of the less striking examples because honestly there's not much else you can do.
G3.
And yeah, G3 is also normal because the knight often will have to go to E3 at some point, and you want to not have to calculate knight F4. And maybe the most famous recent game that Magnus played in this structure was this game he lost to Fabi in, I want to say, Kolkata.
But if you're wrong, we're going to give you your marching orders because two in a row would be unforgivable. Right. Okay.
Yeah. I think he was doing okay in that game and then missed a very nice tactical blow in the center, and his position just collapsed. Although maybe I can have my sort of 2 in a row counter set back to 0 again because I did correctly predict the whole sequence in the Giri Nakamura game as I see now on the screen. So let me also do the pat on the back, which you couldn't see because my screen doesn't really like me making any sharp movements.
So if you had early apology in the drinking game, you can kind of drink, I guess. But if you had early pat on the back by himself, then you're just a sicko and you should not be participating. There is a question, is Alireza tall? He's surprisingly tall. He's like, I'm not sure, 185 and probably still growing, so he might become really tall.
Yeah, he could he's a bit of a beanpole for now, but yeah. Shall we start on the whole, does he wish he was a little bit taller, or is it too early for that yet?
It's too early.
Okay.
Also, I'm not sure he does. I think he would like to be a little bulkier, but he's probably comfortable with the height he's reached in life already.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that does feel correct.
Okay, so Bishop D2 played by Alireza. Now, is he going to go for the very well-known queenside push with A3 B4? Is that?
I don't think that will be allowed. Although. Then again, maybe Magnus already is in time to meet, let's say, 3 with bishop e6 before d5 and just sidestep that issue that way.
So what else can we do here with white?
I like black's positions.
Yeah, I
me
think
too.
black is just doing quite well. The pawn break white probably would like to achieve is knight somewhere and then f2, f4. But once again, doesn't really feel like you will be in time because bishop e6 and d5 is coming quite quickly. Knight e3, bishop e6. You can try kind of walling yourself in by playing c4, but that also cuts down on your own play so dramatically that it doesn't really feel like something you would want to do.
e7 played.
Maybe that
There's
indicates
options.
that Magnus also wants to keep the option of going knight f8, knight e6 here.
Ah, yeah, that's another thing he likes to do.
He loves that maneuver as well.
Yeah. He really is a one maneuver pony, if you think of it. Put the knight on g6, go h5, then go knight f8, e6. Okay, it's two maneuvers. Two trick pony. There's a lot of debate or a lot of questions about people's heights. So, Peter, this is a topic that you and I study quite a bit. Therefore, let's tell the...
Well, yeah. By this point, I don't know if I can avoid doing the running gag there, and of course, once again, reestablishing that Peter Heine Nielsen is 2 meters 2 centimeters high.
It's really not. He's like either 196 or 198. We don't speak your crazy American system. Peter Heine Nielsen is tall. Magnus is coach, but not as tall as people say. Magnus is around 181, I would say. Hikaru is a little shorter than that. I would guess 176-ish. Anish is deceptively tall. He looks sort of petite, but he's not. He's also around 180. Therefore, yeah. Peter is very tall. Peter is 190-ish. I'm quite tall. Lawrence is a very, very short man.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
That's not true. How tall are you, Lawrence? You're like 180 something, right?
Yeah, I'm actually almost same height as me and Magnus. When we stare off at each other, we have a,
as you want to do it, you know.
as we often do. Our eyes are perfectly aligned.
Mm.
You and Magnus have a lot in common.
As you gaze into each other's other's souls.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, that's a very disturbing image. Thanks for making my
Meanwhile,
Kramnik is very tall. Like, I think he's supposed to be 196, but he feels taller than that. I'm 193, and he feels much taller than me. So he might be closer to 2 meters than people give him credit for.
we already did the quiz. Have we done the quiz in chat? The tallest grandmaster in the world? We know the answer to it.
We have some maneuvering here. Bishop e7, knight to g1 back, hinting at this f4 move, and bishop d8. He doesn't go for his standard maneuver, but he goes for bishop out the way. And queen f3 by Alireza. He wants to reshuffle this knight to e2 before.
Yeah, that's actually a very useful reshuffling. It does two jobs. It for the time being makes it slightly more difficult for black to push d6, d5, and also something like knight e2 followed by queen g2 and f4 is a sensible way to achieve that f4 break that I've mentioned. I still think black should be very comfortable here, but I kind of like the way Alireza has been approaching it because it's very easy to drift. It's very easy to make, some small, seemingly improving moves. I don't know, play b2, b3 somewhere and just waste a tempo on that. And black actually gets whatever it is that he wants to get first, and you suddenly no longer really have an active plan. And I think Alireza is trying to establish at least some ideas.
Here comes the knight.
Yeah, I still like knight f8, knight e6. It just it's a very, very nice regrouping for Magnus. Knight to knight e6, and and the issue is, as usual, the moment this knight lands on d4, white is in a very unpleasant quandary because you definitely don't like taking. If you play c3, your own pawn on d3 becomes a bit weakened. It's not a move you would normally want to make. And also tolerating knight on d4 for very long is quite unpleasant. So you're never entirely sure what you're supposed to do with that knight, which is why I think black is at the very least quite comfortable and possibly already slightly better. Question mark.
I like black for a while now. Two bishops, all the places on nice squares. And yeah, this is a better structure than you often get in these positions after, because you typically get these structures when you went d takes c6 and you have a pawn on b7, which I still would think is playable, but this d pawn gives you extra central control. I like black's position. There's more height questions. How tall is Vachier-Lagrave? I would say around 180. He's, yeah. I'm not 100% sure, but around 180
Also,
seems fair.
just quickly to interrupt, as Peter said, if you tolerate this, then your bishops will be next. So you got to be careful. That's the Manic Street Preachers said that.
That felt very, very flat somehow. Even though I could see you were working on it all the time, you were.
But
silent.
you know what? Just to also, if people are wondering, Sebastian Siebrecht is the tallest grandmaster in the world. Fact, no debating. I don't know his exact height, but he's bigger than Kramnik, bigger than Nielsen, bigger than.
I think he's also not 2 meters. He's like 198. Therefore, all these people get a lot of 2-meter hype. Not sure anybody's there. There is another guy whose name I always forget, some Estonian who's really, really tall.
Oh,
all right. Back to this. There's also questions about MVL. He's not that tall. 173 maybe. Fabi's also not that tall, but Fabi's super ripped.
That has been well established, and Alireza thinks that waiting for something to happen is very unproductive here, and he starts on his own play, even though like f4 doesn't really achieve very much, but at least he creates his own tension in the center, and it's in a weird way it's easier for white to wait, having played f4, because that pawn makes it a lot harder for black to push for his own pawn breaks. So having played a4, he might just play, I don't know, b3 on the queen side, and then just castle short and just stay. I don't think f5 is a threat at any point. f5 is also not something white wants to be doing, I think. So in general, I think this is a holding pattern. I don't think white has any active follow-ups to this. But it does help him, I think, hold the perimeter.
All right, before we continue with strategy talk, height expert Peter Heine Nielsen is in the chat weighing in. Magnus Carlsen's coach, who stands at the very least 196. Some people have even said he's 198, and he is saying that Siebrecht and Ingic, I think that was the name I was thinking of.
Yeah, I was about to mention him. Yeah,
the tallest grandmasters.
And of course,
Alexander Ingic.
Grandmaster, we don't.
Yeah, you kind of confused me with the Estonian idea, because I think he is.
Yeah, I was wrong about the Estonian. I'm not sure where that came from.
All right. The Giri Nakamura game is one of those positions where Anish is playing strictly for 2 results, pawn up, obviously color bishops. The question is he going to pressurize? We've seen a lot of squandering this tournament so far. Edges, pawns up in these kind of positions, and the lack of the sort of pressing that we see from these guys in under normal circumstances. I want to see Anish really make Hikaru at least mildly suffer. Yeah, I don't know what you think here, Peter, but with all the rooks on still, feels like a
if obviously the broken up structure on the queen side is the reason this position isn't sort of much better for white. The bishop on d4 is very nice, but if you imagine the same position, let's say with the pawns, instead of a2 c3 being on, let's say, a3 and b2, and the bishop on c3, where it has a very, very nice perch and cannot really be challenged, those positions I think in practical play are very difficult to hold, because you end up being pushed further and further, and white just starts some kind of an expanse on the king side. But even here, I think there should be a way to make this quite unpleasant for black. I think one of the early things Anish should be looking for here, I don't know if it's possible to achieve that though, is to maybe invite b7, b5, because if the fifth rank is closed, you can just play a3, and there will never be any rook a5 things you need to calculate. So your queenside instantly becomes a little bit safer. And black, I think, would welcome a trade of at least one pair of rooks, which is something that has, which has already happened. It's still not a pleasant endgame for black by any means, but because there is a weakness on a2, it feels to me bishop b5 is a clever move, though.
Yeah.
Once again, being played specifically to stop the rook swinging over to the queen side. And now Anish has some time to just quietly strengthen his position. King f2. He probably wants to include a2, a3 at some point, just to never have to think about that topic again, so that it never gets hit by the bishop. And the plan, of course, would be, like, ideally you would want to play g4, king g3, f4, f5 if you get, or h4, h5, as Jan indicated with the arrows. And Hikaru will be very much opposed to white achieving this much progress on the king side.
Rook f7, threaten rook e7, sort of pinning, because if the rooks disappear, it's an instant draw. So Anish goes bishop d4. Now he'll probably go back.
Yeah, and rook f5 played instantly.
Hikaru's smart.
Yeah, and
rook e7, rook f7 will happen.
I guess he just goes rook e5 and says, okay, now re-establish your rook on the fifth somehow. Hikaru just goes rook f8, kind of hitting at rook e8, but I don't think we mind rook e8 that much. Something like, rook g5. I wanted to start with h4 even, but rook g5 is not a mistake. Slightly surprising to me that he goes with this order, because now rook f5 is actually a threat. So he could have started with a waiting move instead.
Yeah, I have a feeling he might have underestimated g6. He thought rook f7 was coming.
He thought he was forcing rook f7, but he really wasn't, and now he has to kind of reconsider, because rook f5 is a very valid threat here.
Threat as in leads to a draw, because
obviously, black is never going to threaten anything winning in this game, but as Jan already mentioned, rooks off is just an instant well, not equality as such, but draw. And once again, this is like a very small mistake, but it's a mistake I think Anish would never have made when he's on song.
I think it's a significant mistake, no? It's just losing time. If you start with h4 or a strengthening move, you can put so much more pressure on black.
Yeah, and king g3 seems to indicate that he will be taking on f5, because rook g4, rook a5 here suddenly maybe even slightly worse. And rook f5, rook f5, king f4, bishop d7. Yeah, I mean, the king becomes very active, but the black pawns are on such safe squares that you just never achieve anything here.
Yeah, Hikaru will think about this a bit, but I'd be surprised if he didn't go rook f5. It feels like, unless he has some winning plan here, but it doesn't look like. We also learned from the late Mark Dvoretsky that in these positions, if you're the defender, it's often a decent idea to put your pawns on the color of your own bishop. So this looks fairly drawn to me. White can't create a passer or attack anything.
And honestly, going from a position where I don't know if you're favored to win, but you're definitely favored to make, I don't know, 103 moves, trying to win, to what amounts to just an equal bishop, opposite color bishop ending in 2 moves flat, is once again an indication that he is just not all there just yet in this tournament. He is not playing anywhere near to his best.
Let me see, Hikaru, he's in such deep thought there. Wakey. He's wide awake, of course.
Let's go back to the Ali Reza versus Magnus Carlsen game.
Yep.
Oh, that livened up significantly.
C4.
Yeah, the typical break in these structures when you've got the double C pawn.
Exploding the pawn structure with C4.
Yep, trying to create.
No, but this is why I mentioned that I don't think playing f5 is such a great idea. But
are we dismissing this? I mean, why are we just taking this for gospel, this move? Why is this a good move here?
Because Magnus made it.
Exactly. I mean, if I made it, you'd all be saying he's such a bunny, he blundered a pawn.
No, I don't.
Even though C2 is hanging. So...
No, DC4 is...
No, DC4 does win a pawn. Yeah, it does.
I guess we want to start by playing bishop b6. creating a threat of knight takes c2.
c2, so king h1, I assume.
King h1, and maybe rook d8, creating a threat of knight takes c2 again. But yeah, this is actually very concrete from Alireza. I think it's
Rook
kind of
b1?
poor strategically, but he is threatening c3, capturing that knight on d4.
So
I
he
think
does
this is,
it.
yeah, this is why he went for the whole f5 idea. It wasn't because he liked the change in structure. It's because he kind of corralled this knight on d4 and is now attempting to pick it up. But yeah, I don't know. It's a strange position. White always has an additional tempo he could try to win here by playing rook b1, hitting that bishop on b6, and he does that. Bishop goes to, I suspect, a7 actually, because on c5 it comes under additional attacks.
I was wondering about queen a7, but it doesn't do very much if the king just goes away. So.
Yeah, I think yeah, king h1 will most likely be White's next move, almost against. Well, maybe not against bishop c5, but against most else, I suspect.
Sorry,
because
I haven't worked out how are we dealing with the threat of c3, like bishop a7, king h1, and
rook d8.
And when I take,
I mean, the bishop on d4, on d2 is not protected enough. After c3, I can go knight.
Hanging, no?
Bishop a5 is yeah, that's a very big difference compared to the position with rook on a1 and bishop on b6. This is why rook b1 is so crucial. Yeah, and Magnus is now pausing because he also clearly is calculating sort of exactly that, and coming to the conclusion that bishop a7, king h1, he at the very least
he's upset. There's some swearing, some head shaking. He's missed something.
We should have a zoom in there on Magnus, because he's just asked himself, what have I done? Because as Peter has been saying, and Jan, now he's upset. Now he's actually visibly upset.
Oof.
He had such a nice position. Maybe c4 was a little bit premature, because now it does look like it's quite easy to just consolidate here with White. King h1, c3 is a threat. Bishop a5.
It's not really about consolidation. It's specifically that the knight on d4 has no moves, and we are actually coming up a little bit short in our attempts to rescue it. It's just a very, 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 very concrete position which appears to not work out for Black move by move. Strategically, I think if this knight somehow survives, if we force White to, I don't know, trade it for something, or just no longer somehow force them not to threaten c3 by, I don't know, having to play bishop c3, there is tremendous positional compensation for the pawn, but I currently don't see how, and judging by Magnus' facial expression, neither does he. So, yeah,
nope, more head
problems.
shaking.
Problems for Magnus here.
And down on the clock, this is a real chance for Alireza, actually. I feel like this is a serious, serious moment for him. And he is.
And if we talk about the sort of non-sacrificial ways of saving that knight, they basically include playing c6, c5, which is a resignation, positionally speaking, because that allows knight d5. Yes. White will just land the e3 knight on d5. It kills off your own bishop on b6. It's just a move you only make if everything else just loses a piece for nothing. And Magnus is clearly trying to find a way not to have to play c5, and once again, judging by tells and the very, very long pause in the context of how much time he's got left, I don't think he sees any good way out so far.
Alireza looks quietly confident there in his very confusing chair, I have to say. What type of chair is that?
That's
just a color, but it's confusing me. Is it a gamer's chair? Is that a normal thing?
It's clearly a gaming chair.
Wow.
I'm not allowed a gaming chair. I've been banned.
Tell me about it. Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Horrid.
He is 16 though, and unencumbered in that way.
Horrid.
And Magnus plays queen to a7.
Yeah, we expect king h1 to be played more or less.
To briefly mention c3, the knight can still go to c2, exploiting this pin. Therefore, you have to unpin, recreate the threat. King h1 feels better than king h2. Not sure there's a big difference.
I was wondering if there is any difference, but it does feel kind of somehow wrong to put it on a dark square here, closer to knight checks, which don't actually exist, but still.
Alireza's pausing though. I'm not sure if he's just weighing the differences between.
I honestly don't see any other moves, so I think he is actually choosing between king h1 and king h2 here. Sort of tidiness suggests you go king h1, I think, but once again,
Magnus
I don't
has seen
think...
something though. He's no longer in desperation mode. He's calculating. He has some idea. What is it, Magnus?
I think maybe he has knight b3 now as a reply to c3, which gives him a move to do something. I don't know what that move is. Maybe rook d8 once again to, I don't know, bring more pieces into play, make life slightly more difficult for white. And yeah, maybe he just has this, and this might not be all that bad, because once again, if black emerges reasonably alive out of this bout of calculation, strategically he is doing very, very well. The bishop on f7 is quite strong. His king on g8, where it will be eventually, is much safer than the king on h1, because the f pawn took a run towards f5, which normally weakens your king more than it creates an attack.
Just briefly before we get back to this, in Giri Nakamura, this endgame with the opposite color bishops has indeed appeared on the board. Giri has made some progress in the sense that he has.
I'm a little bit surprised. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised at the decision to go bishop b5, bishop f1, but I don't think it matters either.
I guess g4, fg, hg was coming either way, and you get the same.
Yeah, you get the same, but you could also just allow g4, gf and ignore it.
This should still be a draw, because you can't really shake the king from f7 as long as the bishop patrols this diagonal if needed. So looks like a straightforward draw to me.
Yeah. And Alireza does choose h2 and not h1. Once again, don't know why, but really there is no reason not to either. So maybe he saw some tactics where it was more cleverly placed on h2. And rook d8 is the move Magnus chooses. I think specifically, as mentioned, with the intention of meeting c3 with knight b3, which might be the only move that doesn't lose a piece, but it seems sufficient. And the big question is, can white improve here and reestablish the threat of c3 before black castles?
How exactly? Like bishop e1 move like that?
Bishop e1 instantly allows knight f3 check, for instance. Yeah, so that's
really
counterproductive. Yeah. Knight d3, knight c2 is a very important point, I think.
The great Keith Arkle would play the move rook b2 here, threatening c3. This is how you prepare such a move.
It still doesn't establish the threat of c3, though. Because we're still playing knight b3, Lawrence. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't actually stop us from going knight b3.
I'm focusing on this bishop. Yeah, rook b2 does absolutely nothing.
That only, I think the one thing that suggestion proves is that it's impossible to channel your inner Arkle.
Yeah,
there's only one Keith Arkle, and that's Keith Arkle. And
by the way, shout out.
There's not even a Steve Arkle, no?
No, I just want to say a shout out to Keith, who is actually, from what I understand, I don't want to say this because I'm not 100% sure, but potentially suffering with the virus. So we wish him good health.
We wish him all the best. And
so in that case, this was a very clever.
Yeah, it's surprisingly difficult to find a move here which reinforces the threat of c3. Maybe queen f2 allows knight f3 check, and black basically
wins on this. What about rook e1?
Rook e1, knight f3 check once again is.
And
rook
this
b2.
Is why the king on h2. Why the king on h2?
I don't quite know. Rook b2 has been played, and Magnus instantly goes castles. Wow. So yeah, you did guess the move correctly, Lawrence, but I'm not sure it's played with the intention of playing c3 here.
No, so the intention was simply to...
Maybe he just goes g4 and tries to prove me wrong about this being a mating attack.
That is so Alireza to go g4 here, by the way.
Yeah, he has played g4.
Yeah. Love it.
In the meantime, the other game has been drawn. As we mentioned, it looks very nice for Anish. But at this level, this was a pretty dead draw. And yeah, missed opportunity there. This position, you can certainly put pressure. But what he did allowing Hikaru this, pretty much drawn endgame within 2 moves was a bit disappointing. So back to...
once again, we don't know if the position without the rook trade is winning as such, but you definitely expect to at least ask some questions, and really no questions were asked in the making of that draw. And here Black has a very interesting idea of going knight e2. I was trying to calculate that. I think Magnus will be very tempted. Knight e2 here with the intention of playing queen e2, rook takes d2, queen takes d2, bishop takes e3.
Okay.
Knight e2, rook d2 is, I'm not complaining, and this solves our issue of the knight stuck in the center of the board. It also very turns the tables quite convincingly in terms of who is going to be doing the attacking, because I think Black knight e2 played. I'm happy about that. I think this is a very good practical choice. Might even be strong, but definitely I think a very good practical choice, because I think it's for most people it's a lot more fun to be the side attacking than the side defending. And
this happened. Knight e2 takes, rook takes d2, queen takes d2, and bishop e3. So Magnus has given up in exchange. He's given up this rook for this bishop. The knights have both disappeared. Therefore, by pure, Count Alireza is ahead now. He has a rook and a pawn versus a bishop, but Carlsen is very active. He has the bishop pair. This bishop can come to f4. The other hits c4. I like his position here.
Yeah, I think queen e2, bishop f4 check, and then maybe king g2 might be something. Although, I mean, queen d4, I was looking at some sacrifices, but even without sacrifice, just queen d4, take on c4 next move.
Also,
rook d8 also comes to mind. Yeah,
like it's very dangerous or difficult to play with white all of a sudden. Yeah, what a move.
Yeah, queen e2.
Shout out to Peter for spotting it.
Queen e2 played. You're not forced to even go bishop f4 check. I think h takes g4, and he just goes queen d4 straight away, which is...
Could even be he doesn't want bishop f4, rook f4.
Yeah, exactly. And I completely missed the fact that queen d4 with the bishop on e3 threatens the pawn on e4, which is more important than those other pawns, I think. No, I think Black is just in control now, and that's quite a turnaround from where we were.
G4 looked nice, but probably Alireza is regretting that move now.
Well, very much, once again, very much depends on whether he had better options there, which we don't really know. Knight e3, queen takes e4 played. Now the threat is bishop g1 check, so white does not have time to play something like rook f3. What happens after rook e1 though? Is rook e1? I guess he just goes bishop f4 check, right? He is not that unhappy about that trade, because then he continues picking up pawns all over the board.
Or as we say in Yorkshire, all over to shop. I'm not from Yorkshire, but that's what they say.
You are, yeah, not from Yorkshire, judging by that effort.
Good stuff. Earlier when Peter said imagine, I was so sure you would say, or imagine all the people, as John Lennon said. It didn't happen.
Queen c4 on the board. So the question is, this rook on b2 looks a bit silly. Can we do something with it? Probably.
GH is an ugly move, but at least it kind of secures your king position for the time being, and you want to hint at maybe playing rook g1, and once again, one day maybe you will create a threat along the g file. But realistically, Black at the very least has full compensation for the exchange, and I think it's probably more. I think Black is just better, most likely. And once again, the usual disclaimer we will be making every day: we're not running engines to aid our analysis here. Bishop h6 is a clever little move here by Magnus, just saying I don't want this trade, and I also want to illustrate to you that you will never generate any threats against the g7 pawn. So you can just
huge for Black, even just long term. We have the two bishops. We are technically in exchange down, but the white pawn structure is very rotten.
Yeah,
I think you can just quietly improve.
Very relevantly, queen e4 appears as if it's driving the queen to poor squares, but actually queen c3 is just very, very awkward to meet.
Great square, yeah.
Yeah, rook b7 played, and Magnus just picks up on a4, says it's nice to have an outside passer for your sort of for future endgame reference. So let's just take on a4 and pass the move over to you, Alireza, once again. Yeah, it feels like this is Magnus is a very big favorite to just win this game now. I think objectively he is doing very well. He's also now kind of in control on the clock, which is important, as we've seen in there.
And he's dodged a bullet. He's come back from this early blunder, or maybe not blunder, but he missed something earlier. Could have been in trouble. And then if you get such a good position, you feel so good because you feel like you're playing with house money already.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think you if you solve, once again, maybe there was no mistake. Maybe he kind of instinctively felt his position was good, and he just needed to find that setup with Queen A7, Rook G8, and once he did find it, maybe his position was just fine throughout. But you do feel when you find ideas like this that you're playing well on the day, and that gives you additional confidence going forward. Rook G8, D4 would be extremely attractive here. You just need to make sure you're not blundering some kind of knight takes E5, F6 shenanigans, but it doesn't feel very likely that will ever work for white.
Just looks so thankless for white because even slow play, I don't know, queen somewhere, the a pawn runs up the board. It's white now who has to mess this because he's going to lose this even long term.
Absolutely, I think maybe the one proactive idea white has here is something connected with knight f2, knight g4.
Just about.
But that is just so very slow that you have to feel that, you know, as long as black just doesn't pass for 3 moves straight, he will be able to deal with it by just activating his pieces. And this is why I'm so drawn to the idea of rook g8, because that is the one piece black currently has which is not really doing very much.
But white also has an idea of something like rook b1, rook b8, and then check, king h7, and then bringing the queen to g6.
But
what is that voice? Oh, Alexander Grishuk is here. Welcome.
Maybe now it's too late for this idea, but like 1 move ago, it looked...
Maybe that was actually quite interesting. Although probably black can work out how to stop it. But yeah, rook g1, g3 feels like it's not really achieving all that much.
Queen a1.
Yeah, queen a1.
Magnus puts queen in the corner.
Threatening queen h1, and also black will at some point start pushing the a pawn down the board. Knight f2 played. As mentioned, this is...
Why not queen g2 instead? So that was his idea?
Yeah. Now rook g7 and h6 is actually a threat, so yeah, that does seem... But hang on a second, you are now getting your wish, yeah, Alexander? Rook d2, rook b8 played, and after king h7, he will play queen g4.
Ah, okay. Ah, maybe he won.
Oh, wow. What? Is that it?
Did he miss that? I see a tiny head shake there.
Goodness me.
It's more than a tiny head shake. I think maybe Magnus thought queen f1 check wins here, but after rook g2, there is no more checks.
Oh my goodness.
Queen g6 is
a
massive threat.
Bishop g5 doesn't help. Yeah.
Bishop g5 doesn't help, and yeah, it looks like he just threw it away.
Wow. Incredible.
That's
fantastic swindle. Yes.
Fantastic. He is a brilliant swindler as well. It's
Alexander Grishuk volunteering for the Jinx season 2. You show up and immediately it all goes astray.
And now he can take with the king.
Yeah, I think you're supposed to take with the king, and the same mating threat is unstoppable. Yeah.
So he gave a check and he took.
Bishop h5. At least you can make moves. And king g2, I think you just stop the clock, the virtual clock.
What a turnaround.
Yeah, you don't just expect Magnus to...
Wow.
You don't expect Magnus to blunder a mating idea like that, because it really is the only source of counterplay that white had there.
There are no heroes when your king is in mating net.
By the way, I'm not sure we were supposed to see that, but we now know that Alireza is indeed not wearing long pants while playing this tournament. Did not stop him from defeating the world champion there. Wow.
What a comeback to find that. He's very resourceful. He's very tricky. He's very resourceful. He's very determined. He doesn't give up. He's got this resilience.
Let's look at the position after knight f2.
But after rook g3, why didn't he play just rook h4? Rook d4, I mean.
Yeah, that's what I expected to happen, and I couldn't really figure out how white even responds to that. Yeah, the whole ending to the game was one long sequence of, not even very long, but a sequence of extremely confusing decisions. I guess he maybe goes rook b8 check and then rook g4, because bishop h5 we have rook takes d4.
Oh.
And if you take on g4 once again, you will have to trade queens, because otherwise you allow the same mate.
Mate threat. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be bad. But it still looks stronger than what he did after king h7, rook g4. First of all, this endgame might be fine. If we take, we play, I don't know, e4, although I'm not so sure. Yeah.
The king is a little weak. Yeah.
The king is very weak. Yeah.
No, but there is no reason to take on g4. I think because I think white wants to take on d4 and play queen g4 anyway.
Yeah, it's very possible. I was just not sure which move to make here.
Move, yeah. c5, you can take. Yeah, queen a3, you go back.
Yeah, it feels like there's really no particular way to make progress here.
e4, you go to f4,
yeah. Probably, although, yeah, I think we have to go to f4. And once, knight g6 is now a threat. Maybe it was just more messy than we gave it credit.
No. Okay, 3 maybe, but also check was interesting.
Queen g4 once again here.
No?
Wow.
Same old.
Beautiful.
Yeah, this keeps on coming back. This very beautiful idea.
Just to illustrate. So maybe wasn't so easy. Magnus blitzed out queen a1, and after knight f2, what can you do? Can we start with king h7?
Bishop f4 would be something to maybe try. But I understand his reluctance to kind of leave the h6 square, because then white's potential threats against the g7 pawn become stronger.
What if you just go queen c1 or something, protect h6? Queen h1 is always still there. Rook d2 is there. Why queen c1? Sure.
No, rook d2 will be exactly the same. You more or less never can play rook d2 here, but
no. But then there's queen f1. Why not? In this one,
it's exactly the same. Queen f1, rook g2 is exactly the same position.
But if white doesn't generate a threat, we can just push our a pawn.
Yeah.
Also, yeah.
Well, I think just keeping an eye on the back rank would be a much wiser choice here.
Was there a threat right here?
Yeah, I think we can also just play a4. I don't think white has a threat as such.
Wow. What an amazing result. So the match is level at 1-1. Giri Nakamura, Naka with the advantage. We'll be going into the second half of things shortly. Alexander, what do you think now that Alireza's won this game? Can you see him winning this match, or do you think Magnus is not going to, as we say in the business, go on tilt after that?
No, actually, I was going to log in for just a couple minutes. I thought Magnus will probably win this game when I was joining, and then there will be nothing to watch today, because the way Anish plays here, it's a big question if he's going to win one game in the whole event. I mean, not one match, one game. And with 2-0 lead, Magnus is, going to win, but now it's going to be very interesting.
Now
Now
you've
anything
stay.
can happen.
Now you've got to cancel your plans, your evening
I
plans.
had no plans. I just thought it will be pointless to commentate. But now it's not. Now it's very interesting. I mean, it's like their match, their banter blitz final continues. They're just trading blows in a very fighting games. Because
Yeah, it's extremely interesting to watch, but also the Magnus continues to play to at least make mistakes which you don't expect him to be making. Because I honestly, this game I don't think he played it poorly. I think he played it very well up until, I don't know, move 36. He played it with imagination. When he needed to, he found a very nice tactical setup to not have to give up the knight on d4, and he seemed well in control. But I think he had like 2.5 minutes left when he played rook d2, and it's just very unlike him to miss. Yes, it's a very beautiful idea, but it's an idea that that it's not unusual at all. It's I think it should occur to you. And you don't see him missing these things very often normally, but against Alireza, he is not finding it very easy.
Do we think Alireza is getting to him a little bit with all this bullet stuff that he's now starting to play weaker, or is it more like people were saying against Fischer, everybody was always in bad form?
It's very difficult to say from the outside, but I suspect it is actually getting to him a little bit. What do you think, Alexander? Is there some psychological underlying issue, or?
I think it's a bit like Kasparov. He convinced himself that Kramnik is going to be next world champion. So and then when he played the match against him, he just totally could not play. It was worst match by far of Kasparov of his life, because it's like he thought, I mean, he, let's say, can fight anyone but not destiny.
Father Time is undefeated, but yeah, because it still feels, with zero disrespect meant, that Magnus would win that game against Alireza or under quote-unquote normal circumstances. So this feels very out of character.
Yeah, it once again, like you hate to presuppose those things, but the way it's been going, you have to assume that at least some parts of this are psychological.
Once again, hot take by Peter Svidler, ladies and gentlemen, the Stephen A. Smith of chess. But we have a new game going on, and Anish is playing the Slav.
Yeah, which, by the way, it's not this Slav, but the semi-Slav you can get on Chessable, guys. It's course by Sam Shankland. Go over there, chessable.com.
Does he cover the exchange stuff? I had a serious discussion, not just with Anish, but with many people, if it makes sense to go d4, knight f6, c4, c6. So after knight c3, d5, the exchange Slav is a little less powerful, because here White has all these options like e3, knight f6, bishop to d3, bishop to b5. Didn't happen, so it didn't matter in this game.
But by the way, Sam does cover the exchange Slav in his course for Chessable. So
that's fantastic news.
So get over there and go and
yeah, this is a line that I think most people at some point looked at quite seriously, because at some point it became obvious that the exchange Slav is far from being a way to make sure you don't lose. It's a very serious fighting weapon, and I think by this point Black kind of established ways of dealing with White's ideas.
I'm mildly surprised by the move bishop b4, because I thought the solution here was supposed to be some move like bishop e7. Then after knight f3 you go knight h5, and after h3 was this knight c6.
Queen e2, knight e4 in some
knight
order.
e4 idea, yeah. Maybe rook c8, queen e2, knight e4. So I'm a little surprised, because I think here you went for this.
Yeah, I think this was sort of the main point of the whole thing. But then again, Anish is,
Anish knows his stuff. It's just me learning. I would never question his opening throws.
Yeah, bishop b4, knight g2. I wonder if the point here is to play knight e4 anyway. But I'm not sure how we're replying to simply castling from white. There's also a3, but just if white castles, I'm not entirely sure how we deal with it. He just goes. I'm kind of surprised. Maybe the whole point of bishop b4 here is that it prompts white to put the knight on e2, and then we switch to normal setups. But we have avoided something that white very often aims to achieve in these positions, which is a setup with this knight on e5, not on e2, and it clearly is a lot more well placed on e5 than on e2. So what Anish has achieved here is he might even have to waste a tempo if white goes a3, for instance. The bishop probably goes all the way back to e7, but he did force white to place the g1 knight on a very, very, modest square.
Yeah.
And
Let's see, I
in
played.
the game, we haven't got a. I thought they were going to start at the same time, but they haven't apparently. So
Probably Magnus needs a little breather after that.
yeah,
there was also, I think, a delay before the start of game 2, so that may have shaken up the schedule a little bit.
Okay, so
Alexander, what's wrong with Anish? We know he's not a rapid specialist, but he's playing badly, no matter if specialist or not. No, like what's happening?
I just don't know, because he's a very good player, but somehow, I don't know, when he's playing rapid against those guys, he performs terribly. I mean, in all those Grand Chess tours, he's always, fighting for last place. And I mean, but when he's playing for chess brass and plays against somewhat weaker opponents, he does very well, extremely well in rapid. So
yeah, we've seen him do well in the World Rapid and Blitz as well, if it's not against the top players. So maybe it's mental again.
I don't know. It's like, I don't know, he thinks that he's supposed to lose or something, because I cannot understand it, rationally.
Let's see if he gets on the scoreboard here. If he makes a draw and then wins the last game, he can still make the Armageddon.
Even the previous game, I mean, he has huge advantage, extra pawn, and just makes a draw in a few moves. Just allows.
Yeah, we were also very shocked by how quickly that game became a dead drawn bishop endgame from this position. Yeah.
Yeah, this rook g5, g6, king g3 was shocking, frankly.
Yeah.
Because now you can shake hands.
all right, queen b1.
Yeah, b5 played quite quickly. It's a double-edged move strategically, because obviously you are creating a bit of a weak square on c5, but white's pieces are some way away from being able to exploit it, and it does gain black some space. You can play queen b6 now, maybe, although bishop b5 might be a bit awkward. b5, bishop b7.
I'm getting obsessed with moves. I'm having Veselin Topalov syndrome, who felt like he had to play g5 in every position, and now I feel like I have to play g4 in every position. Can white think about g4, knight g3?
Probably not in this specific setup. They sometimes do, but you need to have more of a grip on the center, I think, before you can start expanding like this. Knight c4 played, also a very logical move. I guess white goes rook fg1, because knight d2 was, of course, a threat. And yeah, it feels like black has achieved, a very, very reasonable position out of the opening here.
Listen, bishop b4 is probably smart, as most things Anish does in the opening. And speaking of the opening, we have the Magnus Carlsen game against Alireza Firouzja in full swing now as well. They keep discussing the Ragozin, and Alireza switches lines. He goes away from this sharp knight e4, knight c6 line to the line that Vachier-Lagrave played against Caruana and Vaikanze. Castles e3, bishop to f5, queen b3, knight c6, and knight to h4. I believe Caruana played bishop to g5 here against Vichy. But Magnus has never heard of knights on the rim being dim. Goes knight to h4.
It's a very concrete move, of course, trying to fight for the b1 h7 diagonal, which is something they often do here.
It's all about that diagonal and all these Karlsbads, really. Like in all these lines, if black gets bishop f5 unimpeded, he's always fine. And if he doesn't, he doesn't. Here it's a little more mixed because of the knight on c6 and so on. But yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Knight h4, bishop d3. Just trying to establish.
And I guess we're not worried about knight h5 here because we can just play something like bishop g3, and we're really not that unhappy about having to trade the bishop for the knight, in particular because we haven't even castled yet, and opening the h file might give Magnus some new ideas.
Alexander, do you know all these things?
What was White's idea after bishop e4? Because bishop
I was also wondering about that. Yeah.
Yeah. We can't go f3.
You can maybe.
f3, even knight h5, but also just bishop g6. It feels like you should be welcoming this this move because it should give you additional counterplay as black, right?
Really?
I was also very surprised bishop e6 was played more or less instantaneously by
Maybe knight e6 take and bishop g5. So you establish this bishop and then.
Yeah, which is why maybe we start with knight h5.
No, I'd just be happy here. Will white if nothing direct happens? G4 or long castle?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe g4. G4.
Anyway, they went for this bishop d3, a5. I guess you have to stop a4, a3.
Well, I mean, even castles probably stops a4, a3. But after castles, I think there is the whole knight h5, knight takes g3 idea becomes slightly more palatable because you're no longer getting mated on the h file. If white plays a3, does black actually play a4, or probably does, right? It having said a type thing.
Save the pawn, I think. I think he wants to save this b7 pawn.
Well, I mean, you're probably taking on c3 anyway, so I don't think the pawn on b7 is being lost. So yeah, and now takes on c3, and bishop e7, you might be just losing the pawn on a4. I don't know if it's any good.
Yeah, wasn't sure. Anyway, castles played indeed. Yeah, no, a4 we can just take.
Yeah, and
knight e4, you go knight f3. We don't care, yeah? Or is there something there?
there are some tactical choices, but I don't know how good they are. Like I can play bishop takes e4, d, d5, but I'm very, very unsure on whether this is any good. Might be decent for all we know. So far, haven't refuted it yet.
Knight e4 not forced, of course. Just
yeah, not at all. Yeah,
exists as well.
Knight h5, you get those, very typical Rogozin type positions where black will be aiming to pull the bishop back to d6, play knight e7, and white will have some play on the queen side, and black often actually launches into an attempt to create a direct attack on the king side because he does get overrun on the other side of the board.
Isn't this just fine for black?
I never know. I have zero experience with this structure, and every time I look at it, I think this should be completely fine for black, and then I look at some high-level games, and white is doing quite well, and I get confused all over again.
Here, maybe you just cannot save your bishop after a3.
Bishop d6.
Yeah, I was trying to calculate queen takes b7. I think we can actually take, surprisingly. Rook b8, queen a6.
No, at the very least we can play knight b5.
Ah, yeah, that's more relevant. c6, queen knight d6, queen d6, and yeah, a very typical Carlsbad where white is probably slightly better, right? Not a lot better though. Seems like a normal Carlsbad for both sides.
Yeah. Looks fine for black.
Yeah, so everything up to knight g3, hg has by this point been played.
No, Eraser has a decision. 97, I don't know, I'm always so obsessed with reshuffling that knight, but there must be other options as well. Bishop e7. This looks
So
all right.
97 maybe taking on b7 is actually principal, yeah? Because
Yeah, but rook b8, queen a6, c6 probably is very strong. I missed c6. This is probably not a very good position for white because the queen gets very sidetracked.
Oh yeah, he's played bishop e7, not knight e7. Hitting the knight on h4. Where does it go? f5 or f3? Or nowhere?
Probably goes somewhere because queen b7, knight b4 is probably at least a draw for black, so Magnus will not be interested in the slightest.
Yeah.
The queen gets locked up, and at the very least there's a rook a8, rook b8 repetition. Chasing it forever, maybe even more.
knight f5, I think bishop f6, yeah, and just black just wants g6.
Yeah, there are no good squares for it to go from f5. I think we go back to f3, where we're fine with just pulling things to normal squares and playing this position.
What does black want? He wants knight b4 or?
Knight b4, but you have to justify it because after bishop b2, you still haven't really solved the question of a3, queen takes b7.
No, probably does nothing. Maybe queen d7 just.
Yeah, queen d7, a3, a4 would be a way to. You mean queen d7 here?
Yeah.
How happy are we about bishop b5 though?
I'm not that happy about this whole setup. That's why I'm struggling.
But bishop b5 now, queen d6.
Yeah.
Let's say rook.
Knight d8.
Rook a. Also, bishop takes c6. I mean, it's a very ugly move to make, but it might make sense, like just move by move tactically. Bishop c6, queen c6, knight e5, and do you have good squares?
Can I go bc even?
Bc, knight a4, I was hoping I'm in time to establish some kind of a bind.
No, take with the queen, knight e5, maybe queen a6.
Queen a6, I was wondering if I can take on d5, but maybe
bishop d6.
Bishop d6, maybe I cannot really unpin myself. Yeah, if this doesn't work for me, obviously the whole plan is completely ridiculous.
Alireza has played knight b4. The name of Nigel Short's band. Where does the bishop go? e2, we said, yeah?
I think e2 is the likeliest option. I don't quite understand what bishop b1 achieves here. Is he intending to play c5, by the way, against either of the bishop moves? It's probably positionally very risky. We don't probably want to do that, right?
Why? I guess it's exactly his idea.
a3, c4, queen a4. I think he's maybe slightly more active.
Knight, maybe a6.
Or maybe even knight a6, yeah. Well, I was hoping something like knight e5, bishop f3 will be fast enough, but maybe it just isn't.
No,
it becomes very.
Otherwise, I just don't see any reason to play knight b4 if you don't want c5.
Yeah, that is very true, and also it's very, Alireza is a very concrete and a very active player, and I don't think he wants to play a waiting game. We'll see in a moment.
Bishop f5 would also be an active move, but probably it's a little too transparent, yeah, like some rook to c1.
Yeah, you're forcing white to make a move he doesn't really mind making, so I don't know what that achieves.
All right, and in the other game, it looks as though, again, Anish had what looked like a very, very nice position, especially after knight, bishop f6, knight f4, rook f8. And he bunch of rooks off and exchange this light squared bishop, and I just don't get it, because why would you not play? I guess he's just worried about this knight coming to c5, but feels as though.
No, I think for a second there I forgot who was playing white and who was playing black in this game, and I thought you were praising the position of the white player. I think black is quite correctly trying to equalize and has equalized. I don't think he was better at any point, and allowing white to establish control over the c5 square with both of his knights would have been because you really can't generate any pawn activity anywhere in these types of positions. So he's done well to make sure that the knight doesn't actually land on c5. And now the second bishop will come over to d6 and control the important squares, and I think black is just fine. I think he's done the right thing here.
I just love watching Hikaru. The position looks boring, but there's so much happening on his face, like all these emotions. It's a fun watch.
Alexander, let me ask you a question. Maybe apart from Magnus, or maybe I'll throw Magnus in this group. Of all the players playing in this tournament, who do you find it most difficult to play against? Who is your bogeyman, if I can use that expression?
No, of course, Magnus is very difficult. No, Nepomniachtchi is, how to say, very unpleasant to play against because, you know, you can beat him, but you can never get pleasure from the game with him. But everyone is very strong. I mean, I cannot say.
Okay.
There is no fish in this tournament.
There is no fish.
Yes.
Yeah, and Alexander has always been very, very good at table selection. So if he says that, you can trust it.
Okay, so we do have something that basically you guys were commenting on. C5, C4 did happen. Queen d1, knight a6.
Yeah, Queen d1 is specifically because of b3, which I somehow completely ignored. Queen d1 is much stronger than Queen a4 because with the Queen on a4, we would not have been maybe even able to play b3 because Bishop d7 would have been a very awkward move to face. And now it feels to me like Magnus has to be better. The question is how much better. I think the only move really to make here is knight c7, because you need to be threatening b7, b5 as early as possible. Otherwise, you just get crushed in the center. And after BC,
BC and
BC
rook
and
b1
E4?
or queen b1.
Yeah, but after rook b1, at least we get to take on a3 and play bishop b4. And that sort of gets in the way of white's play.
And if I go queen b1?
Yeah, exactly. Queen b1 is what I was
yeah.
trying to calculate. Queen b1 and then rook b8, or I was also trying to figure out if maybe I can afford to play b5, knight b5, rook b8, a4, and then some move. And I understand some move is not actually a move, and I need to nominate one, and I don't actually have one yet. But yeah, this now becomes a very, very tempo-oriented game, because if white gets to play e4 and let's say d5, black's position will start collapsing. But if black gets to play b5, on the other hand, you know, you can very easily imagine black being better, because those will run very, very quickly. If they get to b4 and c3, you are obviously extremely happy with the black pieces. BC DC played, and yeah, we will see what Magnus thinks about this. I think Queen b1 currently is the favorite. There's also just a3, a4, and this is what he played.
So he just wants to play what? Bishop b4, rook c1?
Rook c1 or queen c2. I don't think there's much wrong with just playing queen c2 either.
Queen c2.
Yeah, we want to establish some kind of a e4, rook fd1 setting, and we're not that worried about the b5, ab, knight b5 counterplay, because those will be weak, and we should be able to pick them up.
Bishop b4 played.
Yeah, rook c1 also perfectly sensible. I don't know which one is stronger.
Queen c2 played. Oof.
So maybe now take and b5, because
it might have to be played. Yeah, you might not have a better choice, but AB and back to c2, it feels like white is very much in control here.
It's horrible.
Yeah, this pawn maybe is not hanging right now because of rook c8.
Play rook c8?
You can, but you're not really threatening anything there. I'll go like rook fb1.
What are we talking about? This position? Rook c8?
Well, even rook c8 here, rook fd1, I take.
No, rook fb1 and...
Oh, rook fb1, I thought you said.
Yeah, rook fb1, knight d6, e4. And then I will start pushing you.
No.
further
I
and
was
further
talking
back.
about in the current position after Queen C2.
Ah. Then we go E4. I think E4 is our next move here. E4 F5 maybe. Maybe this is what you should be trying to do. Make a kind of a useful waiting move, wait for white to play E4 and just instantly undermine it with F5.
I like it.
But I think white will just play rook FD1.
But then maybe we can take go knight D5 and try to get some kind of C3 knight B4 setup.
Exactly.
Because black can actually take and play knight D5 immediately if he.
You can do.
Yeah. Then maybe this is the way. The way queen. Where does the queen go in that position? A3 maybe.
He did take, and knight D5.
Alireza strong.
Alireza very tactically sharp. Yeah, but how are you replying to Queen C1 here?
Okay, he played Queen A3, and it looks more natural.
Yeah, but I wanted to make sure that knight B4 doesn't threaten a fork, but maybe that's not as relevant as all that.
But I guess you want anyway just to play rook C1, rook C3, rook another C1.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks very, very bad for black.
Why isn't white just much better? Yeah, the structure is so unsound. The black structure.
Yeah, the pawn on C4 is a weakness, not an asset here.
I would say it looks winning for white.
Yeah, pretty close to winning. Rook FC1 probably is the most natural move here. I think black probably needs to play knight b4 because otherwise, what do you even do? And now the question is, do we just win on the spot with knight e5, or do we have to wait for a bit before starting to? Oh, knight g2. I mean,
just humor me. C3.
That's a nice swindle there.
Where, when, what?
Let's say knight e5, c3.
Knight b4, knight c2.
No, but I will play rook c3 here. I don't want knight.
No, c3.
I don't know where c3.
No. Alexander is correctly suggested, but rook c3. Maybe we can go knight d5 back. Knight b4 right now. Rook c3, knight d5 back.
And if I take,
I'm lost.
Or maybe the knight actually gets lost on a1. I wanted to take on e3.
He actually.
Yeah, but I guess it gets trapped on a1 and we lose anyway, like queen c3 and then bishop a2 or somewhere.
I'm confused. Why aren't we playing pawn to c3 is what I'm suggesting in the current position after rook fc1.
So your point is e4, knight b4, yeah?
E4, that's what I've been saying, e4, knight b4, knight c2.
Good point, well made, yeah.
You've got to play in the spirit of the position.
91.
Is that, hang on a second, is that maybe actually an argument for having played rook ac1 so that there would be no fork?
No, but knight e1, what? That's very nice.
After c3, Sasha?
Yes.
Yeah.
Knight e1 immediately.
Cultured move, yeah.
Alireza
doesn't play c3, whether for this reason or for some other reason, we don't really know, but he goes knight b4.
Maybe there we would have to play, I don't know.
Yeah, and now rook c3 does appear to be kind of stopping the one source of counterplay we've identified quite convincingly, or at least so it seems to me.
Yeah, I prefer the other one. I prefer having a bit more space for the guys to move around.
I suspect it doesn't really make much difference objectively. I think this probably is just not a very good position for black, but yeah, c3 looked trickier. Probably not great either.
But
Magnus c3 played.
Yeah.
I think he will now go for your line with this trick knight d5 and so.
Yeah, because there's really not very much choice. It's not a pleasant thing to go for, but Honestly, I think it just loses. The problem is you don't even pick up the pawn on a4 because there's bishop takes f7 in the end there.
Yeah, surprisingly, everything is protected. I mean,
Yeah, I'm just, yeah,
I mean, strange, but
it just seems like this is completely winning, because if you could play something like queen d7, queen a1, queen a4 here, definitely in a practical game you go for this because it gives you genuine counterplay. And you know, endgames probably are just fine for black, but sadly bishop takes f7 picks up the queen on a4 in that line. 95 played. Yeah, we know our Alireza.
Magnus calculating. By the way, we've praised him a lot for his chess skill, but he also deserves some more praise for his incredible hair growing ability. I understand it's Corona times and it's hard to get to a hairdresser, but he has such a full head of hair already.
He hasn't taken on c4.
oof.
That is
Wow, they're going to repeat?
Just repeating once. No, he's not repeating.
No, he's repeating once, but even giving black once again options after rook c3, c1 is a bit strange to me. And this really is such a direct variation. Like there are no deviations anywhere along the way. Knight b4 is a worse version of the same, basically. It doesn't change anything.
So here, if we want
yeah,
to...
plus you give white additional options, so you have to take on e3, we take on e6, you have to play knight c2, queen c3, you have to take on a1, and after bishop a2, really there's only so much you can be confused about in this position.
Also, if you prefer, you can have queen on b2 instead of c7.
Yeah, queen b2 and...
Maybe he's just still shell-shocked and thinks Alireza is the master of all tactics and he has to avoid any sharp lines. But for Magnus, this line is child's play, so...
Yeah, normally you would think he would see it in a bullet game, yeah.
Rook c4, maybe knight f4.
That's the trick.
Alireza is the master of all tactics then.
How does this continue?
And there's even knight
takes
takes g3 even.
and boom, Zwischenzug. Yeah, that's tough. Okay.
That is going to be quite annoying to Magnus, that he can't keep those jumps under control here.
Just going to sorry to interject. I have to get my daily mention. Julian Hodgson, the greatest attacking player England has ever produced, was screaming at me saying knight f4.
And hello to Jules. Jules is a legend in his own right, even though I think there's probably some people out there who would vie for that title. But you think it's such an obvious conclusion that he is the biggest attacking talent England has ever produced?
I think it's not even close. I don't even... Sort of him, then...
Doctor? Doctor Professor in his heyday with all the King's Indians?
No, he has the sharpest eye. But Jules, yeah, no, I think Jules has got the crown, to be honest.
Okay, no, I thought about it some more, and yeah, I'm ready to agree. But yeah, I think Dr. Nunn has to be mentioned in that conversation. He was an unbelievably exciting, sharp player.
I think Hodgson was second to none when it comes to attacking.
Very good, yeah. Very, very good.
Yeah.
You don't even need a team of writers.
Yeah. Don't get into a habit there.
Actually, that joke wouldn't have worked in writing, so counterproductive.
But why don't you even put Nigel into this conversation?
Greatest attacking player ever? Come on.
I mean,
that'd be a short conversation.
He's one of the greatest players, but as an attacking player, nah.
Yeah, 95 c3, knight d3 is probably what he eventually settled on. If we are, and the other game actually has been drawn in the meantime, and not much to be said about the final position.
Anish, you must win the last one. Down to 1. It's now or never, Mr. Giri. And back to the main event.
Yeah. c3 appears to be the only real move to try here, and I think Magnus is intending to go knight d3, and he will still be, I think, a favorite to round it up and pick it up on the c3 square. That has to be what he's intending here. Question mark, question mark. c3, knight d3, knight d5 maybe, but then even bishop f3 is very strong, because e4 knight f6 was confusing me a little bit, but we don't need to play e4. We don't need to break up our own structure there.
Yeah, the problem for black that he has to come up with some, you know, genius ideas one after another in this position. Okay, he found this knight f4 trick, but now he has to find something else.
c3, knight d3 on the board.
Don't sound so shocked.
Not that shocked.
Bishop c4, we just take on c3 with the rook. That doesn't do anything at all. c2, we take on b4 twice, and the pawn on c2 is really not that dangerous. Yeah, it feels to me like this just wins material. I just don't see any way for black to not lose the c3 pawn. I think maybe the best I can see at the moment is something like queen d6, rook c3, we take, we play rook c8, and we at least assume control over the c file for the time being. But what that control actually gives us is unclear. There's nothing there to attack on the c file. So
what about queen b6?
rook that reestablishes the knight c2 trick. Yeah.
Rook 8 b1, I think. c2, rook b2.
Yeah, and what's the trick? What are we playing here?
Rook c4.
Rook c4.
But even knight b4. Eh?
Knight b4. AB, we have bishop ac4. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that works out for white.
Could still be thinking after knight d3.
Yeah, could still be the best option available, but it doesn't feel very.
Also, Magnus has a lot of time. He still has 8 minutes 36 seconds. Alireza down to 1:35.
Maybe rook c4 immediately.
Queen b6 has been played. Let's see if
rook c4 immediately was. Maybe we go knight e1 then, and we take on c3.
Bishop a2 maybe.
Whoa, bishop a2. That's a nice move.
What?
Rook b1, bishop a2, but maybe we win.
Queen a2, you can do it.
Queen takes a2 works. Yeah, queen takes a2 works because the knight on c1 is protected.
Yeah, rook ab1 played. Bishop f5 blitzed out.
Bishop f5.
Can we go knight b4?
We can go rook c3 now, right? I think that's
my
the
move
biggest.
First. What do you do after knight b4?
Bishop b1 and queen b2 was worrying me. I was
queen
trying
b2.
to calculate that.
Yeah, okay, that's worrying enough.
Yeah, I think that might be a problem. Despite you having knight e7 check, I don't think you get that.
Yeah, let me just illustrate. Here, rook b1 is rook c1, and if takes, the bishop goes somewhere.
Yeah, this is a full queen. Yeah,
this guy queens. Beautiful. All right, so bishop f5, rook c3.
But I think we can just take on c3, right? I don't see anything wrong with that.
No, I think he wants to play rook c8.
Yeah, but now he, after something like, let's say we go queen b, or queen d2 maybe even, because rook c2 is not a threat, so we can, I think, safely ignore it.
Queen d2, queen somewhere.
c6 maybe, or g6 also is a move, yeah. I don't know. Magnus went rook b3 instead.
Queen d6, rook c. Maybe just taking queen c6 and just trying to. Okay, but it will be lost.
Rook b3 is a move I did not expect to see, but maybe it's just very strong. Maybe he just gets a better version of the same.
Alireza finally out of tricks.
Well, for the time being, but he's also down to a minute, which is.
But now take and c2.
Bishop takes, I'm assuming, yeah. Played.
There's queen takes a fate in the end there, so it doesn't work.
Takes,
c2, rook takes c2.
No, just take
played.
Yeah, we take with the rook, I think. I think it's cleaner to start with the rook.
Take rook c8, maybe. You have bishop f5. No. I just want to get the c file, you know, and to fish for some little compensation.
Yeah, it's probably the best choice he has, but even rook c3 after rook c8 is available, and we should be winning this position, I guess, right?
Rook c2 played.
We should start with queen c6.
We should explain once knight c2, queen f8 check is an important detail.
He did play queen c6. I am wondering if we can. No, we can't really finesse it with rook c3 anyway. I thought rook c3, knight c2, and like queen b3, but there's knight a1, and it's becoming annoying.
How losing is this really? I mean, there are still decent.
No, bishop f5 is a very.
It's fantastic move.
Yeah, very clean move by Magnus.
Just to prevent rook c8, yeah?
Yeah, stopping Breck from achieving any control over the c file. And if he gets to play rook c3, the game is, from that moment on, the conversion should be quite easy, because Black never really gets anything going. So bishop f5, bishop g4 is very clever by Magnus.
Wow, that is...
GG, yo.
GG.
As one of the players in this tournament likes to say.
Who says that? Is that Maxime?
No. The one who streams a lot.
Hikaru, yeah. And GG, yo. Oh, wow. Speaking of Hikaru...
I was not aware of the yo part of it, but yeah, people do say GGs.
Lawrence talks a lot about Gigi Hadid.
I'm going to be really embarrassed now. I don't know who that is.
It's a supermodel.
Oh, wow. I'm actually shocked. I A, don't know her, or B, have her on my Instagram.
You probably follow her on Instagram.
Shocking.
Yeah, and bishop e2 is also a nice little bit of technique being shown by Magnus. Doesn't even want to think about Black.
By the way, I don't doubt that Magnus is winning here, but I would still lose this position against Ali Reza. There's still a knight jumping around. There's still targets. I'd still be worried. Like H5.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
No, no, I don't buy that for a second.
It's very kind of you.
Rook c1.
No, maybe you don't win 10 out of 10 here, but yeah, you don't.
5 out of 10, I'm signing instantly. Okay, I have like 8 minutes versus 1. Yeah, no, maybe I can make 5 now. Not sure. Rook c8 played.
You are kind of stepping on my turf there.
No, but you would say you would score 5, but you would believe you would score 8. I'm just saying the truth here.
Okay. And yeah, I mean, with the knight having a very nice square on before, it will take some time before the central pawns will start rolling, but they will eventually start rolling. And yeah, you don't really expect Magnus to.
Yeah, the knight doesn't get close to the king that quickly, right? Wow, what a head of hair that man has.
Yeah, it would be very tempting to resign here.
No.
That's
h5.
That's you're obsessing.
No, Sasha's stepping on your turf.
Yeah. So you're obsessing the whole bingo game people have going. Yeah, because that's something I was supposed to say. That throws the whole ecosystem out of whack. Alireza did manage to establish some kind of a setup where it's not so easy to push e3, e4.
Yeah. And just to let you guys know, I did study queen and pawn endings before the show today, so you'll be glad to know.
Not just pawn endings.
Not just queen. Actually, queen, some very interesting endings. Queen versus pawn, flank pawn, where to put the kings. Hopefully we'll get there and I'll be able to display my comprehensive knowledge of such endgames.
I'm very
Pornhub
much.
Premium is really paying off for you.
Yeah. Chess24 Premium is really paying off for me, though. Get yours 40% off, hashtag stay at home. Don't confuse it with the other premium membership, which might be the same code. What else we got going on? Night before.
Black can win a pawn now with queen take and check, and then check only one. But
But
Yeah,
that's
you-
square
you-
on G2, no?
Yeah, you never ever do that. And
Just to show the knight gets stuck.
no, king
So
e2,
he
you go
went-
knight c2 back.
King e2, knight c2.
Yeah, I think you go king c4 and you just win that way. King c4, king d5, king c6, and you win the d pawn.
But I will play g5, h4.
King d2 is no good. Come on, guys.
Yeah, king d2 is good. King d2 I did not see.
I can retreat.
Yeah, that does qualify as instantly winning.
Alireza keeps the queens. Queen f6.
Oh, now he'll play h4. Oh, okay, now it's. I mean, you don't want to resign. You will lose, but you don't want to resign. I thought it will be more smooth for white than that.
Yeah, slightly surprising that he chooses not to play h4, but still perfectly fine. Yeah, f4, king queen e6. I don't know why Magnus felt he needed to play f4.
Still
But
feel
it
good about
feels
my
like
5 out of 10.
How to say, he doesn't want to think in this position out of principle. Just, okay, I will beat you here playing instantly.
That's a knight. So scary.
Yeah, the question here is, once again, like, I have a feeling d5, queen takes e4, d6 wins on the spot, but it's such a scary decision to take. Like, if you're wrong, you are very wrong there. Like, I have a feeling it actually kind of queens the pawn. After knight d5, which seems to be the only move, I thought I saw a way to just make sure that we are winning.
Queen d3? Queen d3?
Queen d3, I don't see a, like, are we sure he cannot take?
Sorry.
F6?
What's the line?
d5, d6 here.
Wow.
And knight d5 appears to be absolutely the only counterplay you have. And now I was trying to calculate either queen d3 or queen e5. And queen d3, my problem is black, I think, can actually take and go knight f6. And because there's knight e4 check after bishop b5, you get to play king g7, king f8 in time. And it gets kind of scary. And he does another thing which is very forcing, but also very confusing. He plays queen c4, and now we take on e4. And we go king h6. And if we're not getting mated, maybe we are getting. How are we getting mated exactly? Queen f6, I guess. Queen f6 is very strong there. But once again, it's a very, very committal decision by Magnus, because breaking up his proud pawn center and creating a definite counterplay chances for black is, you need to be very, very sure about this.
Alireza down to his last seconds, but okay, he has nothing to lose here. He has to take on e4 and see what.
I think you have to take, yeah, because if you go back and you allow e5, d5, you will just lose with a, yeah. And he queen f6 played very quickly, and I think now you just probably even voluntarily go king g1, king h2.
Yeah, king g1.
Yeah, I think you need to get that king to safety. But after king g1, knight c2, what do you do? This is like, you are really pushing.
Queen e5 now. Queen e5. Yeah.
Queen
yeah,
where? Queen e5.
Queen e5, because the queen ending we are assuming is very easily won, yeah? Knight d3 takes, yeah, because queen c2, king g1, I can see this is completely lost, because once the king lands on h2, white will actually be able to combine the threats of pushing his passers with the, like, if the bishop ever gets to c4, you just give mate here, basically. So those two things combined make this, I think, into a very easy victory for Magnus. But yeah, queen c2 played, and now he will play king h2. And as mentioned, now bishop c4 is just basically a threat of mate in a few moves. Knight c2, yeah.
And bishop c4.
Yeah, he will play queen e7, queen f8 first, and then play bishop c4, and black will resign. That's an even cleaner solution. Yeah.
Very nice.
It comes to the same, but yeah.
Okay, who wants to take Anish against Alireza in the last game? So
What else do you give?
But what? Look rating list. Anish has 40 points more.
I understand you're a superior statistician, but even money on an Anish victory is a joke even for me.
Hang on a second. So what's the
Either
problem?
win, it's a tie wash. If both win, it's a wash. Only if one win and another doesn't, then someone
Okay.
wins.
So both of them playing with the white pieces,
No,
and Alireza playing the world champion, and Jan doesn't want to take Anish at even money. That's a shocking display of what's the...
Maybe I misunderstood. The offer was Anish, a win is even money, no? Like...
No. I mean, I take Alireza to win last game. You take Anish. Somebody takes Anish to.
Understood.
If both win, it's tie. If neither win, it's a tie.
And you think I'm not aware that Magnus has lost his last 3 black games in this tournament?
Yeah.
Sorry.
As they say, it was worth a try.
No, but I can just take pure Magnus doesn't lose this game without any Anish.
Hmm.
I don't know, Lawrence. You deal with him. I feel I'm being outsmarted here. So
I don't know. Is Sasha trying to what's the sharp bet? I don't know. I'll do something with you, Sasha, because I think it's I think it's called a disease regarding these kind of activities. So you want, say it again very clearly, what you want in the final game.
I want to take Alireza. I think Peter can explain because I...
Go, Peter, you explain.
So Sasha, Alireza plays last game against Magnus, and Anish plays last game against Hikaru, and Sasha wants to take Alireza to win the last game against Anish winning his last game. If the results are the same, it's a wash, and if only one of the 2 players win, then somebody wins the prop.
Right. So basically, Anish, who hasn't...
I can't state it any clearer. And also, you now have odds. I think you're being offered slight odds because you can actually look at the opening position in Anish's game, and the other game hasn't even started yet.
All right, I'll take it for...
I don't think you can take Alireza. I think Sasha is very adamant he is taking Alireza, so you have to take Anish.
I'll take Anish for a Chervonets.
Okay.
All right, that's booked. I don't even know what it is, but I've taken it. So let's by push.
That's why it's a disease. 97 played by Nakamura. Not the main approach in these positions, but I've seen him do something like this before.
Yeah, it's a little bit curious to me because it always felt to me that the entire point of playing those A5 lines was to go for those weird A4 ideas and or bishop E6, queen B8 ideas, but
yeah, 97 is standard transfer of this knight to the square, but doesn't put that much pressure on white's position. You can think about D4, probably not immediately, because then I guess takes, bishop B4 and D5 works. But yeah, I recall looking at this and not being such a big fan, but I'm also not into details here. Probably we need to wait for Mr. Grishuk's return if we want a real expert.
Yeah, here's somebody who actually put the idea of playing A6, waiting for white to play A4, and then playing A6, A5 on the map. So
yeah, I'm not sure how much A5 he knows now, therefore.
Yeah, and those are actually 2 very, very separate things. But in general, I think we had this discussion on air one time, Jan, right? That when we were growing up, nobody seemingly even thought of the idea of playing A5 as a way to prevent your bishop on c5 being harassed.
Sure.
You always played a6. And now this is just such a huge part of the whole conversation here that you need to fight for space on the queen side. It's not really about the bishop safety even. You just need more space. You need more space for so as not to be very cramped in some middle games.
Yeah, to stop all these b4, a4, a5 plans. And Anish now has played bishop b3, stopping a5, a4, and preparing d4 himself. I guess knight g6 is still the logical move.
Yeah, knight 6 is the most obvious move here, and Hikaru is in his signature head on table, looking downwards, trying to remember what he is supposed to do here. Does go knight g6, unsurprisingly. It is by far the most logical reply. But it feels to me like we should be at least slightly better here after, let's say, d4, bishop b6, h3. This is a very, very typical setup where if black doesn't get something going in the center immediately as a reply, you just enjoy life a lot more with the white pieces then.
Anish starts with knight g3.
Yeah, also never a mistake. As long as you don't allow black to get d5 in first. There is a lot of kind of intricate dancing going on in these types of positions around who gets to play first d4 or d5 first. But here I think white should be comfortably ahead in that race.
Yeah, doesn't end the game. Like black will ignore
No,
d4, put the bishop on b6 or a7. But yeah, it does
not.
feel like these positions are somewhat easier for white, I agree.
How's your waltz, Peter?
I can't dance.
Fair play.
I think that should be fairly obvious even without ever seeing me try.
But Peter can walk. It's not like the only thing about him is the way that he talks.
Very nice. I was trying to manufacture that, but
Understood.
you got there first.
Yeah.
You could do a robot very well, Jan, I hear. And
Talking about songs of our youth.
You're not a bad dancer either.
That is such a flashback.
I've been called a robot many a time, so I feel I could pull that off.
Yeah.
All right.
I never thought so many things could happen just shooting pool.
Yes.
Right?
Didn't get that reference.
I think that's the same song, but
it is the same song, no?
I only know the chorus.
okay.
Okay.
Although the break shot they show in the video is quite clearly not a shot you can make on a normal table. I will say that as somebody who played a decent amount of cue sports in his life.
Peter,
I now feel this has gone too far, and I'm happy.
going to say something very, very quickly. You won't remember this, but I think I've actually beaten you at pool before. I'm sorry.
Not impossible. Yeah, British people in general have much higher pool culture than
around the year 2000, where you used to score
could easily have happened. Yeah.
Earring. What have we got, Sasha? Sasha, you've got action. By the way, let's.
Yeah, you've got action to the amount of 10 something. 10.
I've got the Chervonets with him.
Okay, as you say.
I don't know what that means nowadays. I really hope that inflation won't,
Well, I mean, normally it means 10 rubles, which is really not a large bet even by your standards, Lawrence.
Wow, what's 10 rubles? That's like $3 or something.
That's the funniest joke I've heard today. That's like 15 cents, but okay.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
My ruble dollar.
Your ruble knowledge is not up to scratch.
I'm not up to scratch. All right, we'll make it 100 Chervonets for the lols. 100 rubles.
Okay.
Just so I get the joke, Chervonets is slang for ruble, or what's?
No, Chervonets is specifically 10.
It's
a 10 ruble note.
So you're betting 110 ruble notes, which is 1,000 ruble.
Fine as well. I don't mind.
It's still not a huge bet.
It's still I think within.
It's still manageable. I think.
Where you were gone, the bet has gone up to 1,000 ruble. Like
yeah, we're at 1,000 rubles now, Sasha. So I can have a minor sweat. Okay.
Okay, and actually you watched that Anish got nice position, yeah?
No, no, no. This was booked before it, when move 5 was on the board. So.
You do realize the entire conversation is on tape, right, Lawrence?
Yeah.
And was broadcast to tens of people.
He didn't have a nice position when it was booked. He had just a normal position. Is this a nice position? This just looks like a normal position.
Come on, I completely believe Lawrence would not be able to tell the difference between a nice and a normal position here, so we can trust him on that.
Okay, yeah, that salvages the bet, I think.
All right.
That completely true statement.
What do you do with white? Do you go bishop c2 or do you go d4?
Yeah.
What's the move here?
If you are not afraid of d5, I mean, I guess bishop c2, d5, d4, e4. What happens here? e5, yeah, you can play. Knight e4.
e5, no, knight e4 is probably the move. Yeah, I was wondering about d3, but d3 doesn't do enough. Yeah, knight e4, c takes g4, bishop b4. I have no idea where this ends. Yeah, it's like some kind of a really strange line.
Maybe
there's some knight e4, knight f6 is if we want some weirdness, we can go knight e4, bishop e1, knight f6 check, gf, queen e1, and pretend we're tactical geniuses, which we probably aren't in this particular case. But it's nice to be able to pretend every now and again.
But I think it's very nice for white. No?
Yeah, I have no idea. Fe5. What do we just d or what?
I thought d.
Yeah, maybe. King g7, rook h8 though. Like I'm not sure how much progress I'm making, but it's an interesting idea. And once again, these are not my pieces, so I feel great freedom in suggesting this.
Escalated quickly from this completely normal position.
No, but the thing is, unless you play d5 after bishop c2, then it's just opening went wrong for black.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's pretty clear that you have to try and equalize tactically. There's also a slightly saner approach of bishop c2, g5, g4, d takes e4 maybe, unless knight takes e5 is very strong, which it might be. I think the way the pieces are placed, knight takes e5 will be. He plays bishop a4, which is a move we completely ignored. Might be quite clever. Might be quite clever because c6, d4, he gets sort of exactly what he wants. And after bishop d7, now he can play bishop c2 and get. But is it an improvement? It's actually questionable if it's an improvement or not. The bishop might actually be placed quite well on d7 in that line.
So is that Magnus game ever starting? What's happening? Enough with the breaks.
Yeah, I don't know if this is too much finesse or just enough finesse here with white, because it felt like bishop c2 was already very critical, and this might be giving black additional options.
But also if you just play c6, d4, bishop a7.
Yeah, you've gained some time because you probably actually want to play b6, b5. Yeah.
And now if a4, b4, I mean, it's not as bad as
yeah, but still, let's say we go bishop b3, b5, bishop c2, and we put the queen on d2, and then there's going to be the usual.
a4, queen d2, bishop b6. It's like some game.
You sometimes get mated with bishop takes h6, but maybe not in this position. Yeah?
If I go d5 here, do you take or do you just go bishop d6?
I would very much like to take. Yeah, I don't know if it's correct or not, but
looks tempting, no?
Both are good. Yeah, now I think d5 is just not.
Yeah, you normally you don't want to reanimate this bishop on a7. You want to keep it hemmed in.
Played.
Yeah, he did play c6. So we'll see in a moment. d4, bishop a7. We expect this. Bishop b6. This is a bit surprising. I mean, it's fine, but why wouldn't you want to include b5? This is a bit surprising, and Anish very quickly goes bishop c2 back to make sure that he is as prepared for the d5 breaks as possible. Bishop c. He wants bishop c7, and he wants to push for the d5 break this way.
Yes. Maybe it's actually very smart.
It's a very concrete approach. Yeah, I don't know if it works out tactically for him, but it's a very clever idea.
We have liftoff in the other game. Firouzja with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. Alireza Firouzja down 2-1 in this match. Needs a victory to get to the Armageddon. And Magnus Carlsen chooses the Berlin. Maybe he listened to Sasha's description of his Scheveningen in a must-draw situation the last time and plays a safer opening this time.
Yeah, Alireza, I think, won some nice games in some anti-marshals at some point, but anti-Berlins. But well, knight c3 is not what I expected to be the choice here. This is a bit curious.
Well, this has been around, no, but
yeah, of course,
looks like something Magnus would have played himself at some point. It's typical.
Yeah, it's not new, and I think I tried this a couple of times ages ago with varying degrees of success. I think I won a reasonably nice game against Vladimir Kramnik in one of the Monaco tournaments in this line. One of the very few cases where I've ever beaten Vladimir, but was not really due to the opening. Yeah, I think the intention here is to go knight a4, which is why I think if they want to play d6, they play castles, d6. And then after knight a4, they have the additional idea of maybe playing knight d4, which is what Kramnik did against me.
Yeah, but white does not play castle after castle. He now takes usually.
Yeah. So maybe he wants to switch to that. Yeah. And after d6, at least my idea was always to go knight a4 here, pick that bishop up, and then try to play like c3, bishop a4, bishop c2, and pretend I have two bishops, which is something I kind of generally enjoy. The position is still...
wouldn't have to pretend, huh?
Yeah, that is also true, yeah. The problem with all that is that it doesn't actually, I think, give white any advantage. It's just that you have two bishops, but the opposition is not better. But
bishop
yeah,
g5 played.
That's how I would have approached this position. But Alireza obviously has other ideas.
They've played bishop g5 in most positions here, but in this one I haven't seen it. I've seen it with castles or directly. Here, h6 he wants to take in knight d5. Yeah, what's the point?
This exists with a bishop on c4, of course. That's a I don't know about well known, but it's a known line of the Italian. I think I got beaten by Arthur Kogan once in that line. But with a bishop on b5, it should be. I'm trying to figure out who I like this, like who gains in this comparison. It's probably black actually. Yeah, because you go even in that line you often go a6, bishop a7, and you do it without the win of a tempo, and here you will gain a tempo. Before and then a4, yeah. No, but then I can play a6, right?
Yes.
Before bishop b6 and a4, a6. Maybe you play c3 first. Before bishop b6
played.
Yeah, played, and a4, a6 I think is just completely fine for black, because the pawn is hanging on b4 in the end there, and you cannot avoid an additional trade.
I think Alireza is winning this. None of this looks very scary to me, and this is also a structure Magnus is usually very good at if he doesn't get blown off the board immediately.
Well, the c3 specifically is the intention here, because you want to play a4 next move before black can unpin himself and play knight e7, and you want to force black to play like a5 or a6, and you will take on b6 and have a clearly.
Why is that so great? Castle a4, a5. I'm not that scared.
Yeah, I think you shouldn't be, but maybe it's slightly better for white even after maybe ba5 there. Castle's a4, a5. I take on b6. I take on a5. I castle next move, and I claim that my structure is slightly more fluid. Obviously, it won't be much, but maybe I have a little bit of something.
I have to say, Anish's position looks much more promising than Alireza.
Don't worry.
I'll let you buy out for 500 rubles.
That is not the face of a man who is very interested in a buyout just yet.
Magnus thinking after c3.
Yeah. And the other one, The other one does have 32 pieces still on the board by move 20, which is not something you see every day. But
I can't be cute here with some knight e7 or
I
something.
was wondering. I was
to
wondering
be-
if we can make it work somehow, but I couldn't. I couldn't work out exactly how. Takes a5. CC. Yeah. I mean, we're
Doesn't
probably
look
not
very good.
losing. I mean, like, but yeah, why subject
Even
yourself?
BA,
to this?
yeah.
Mhm,
Yeah,
yeah,
not
it just doesn't feel right.
All right.
No, I think what ends up happening is something along the lines of what we were discussing. Castles a4, a5, takes ba. Maybe we take with the rook and we play, I don't know, bishop d7, knight e7 there, and hope that he even started with a6, which is interesting that he decided not to even wait for white to play a4 here.
But he probably wants to be able to play b5.
Yeah, that's probably exactly right. Yeah, because now if you allow bishop a7, all of your previous play makes absolutely no sense. So you kind of have to take on b6, and then the bishop has to go to, well, either square. I suppose it's a4 to give yourself slightly more. Actually, no. I think probably to c4.
I guess it doesn't matter at the end because you will end up with your bishop on b3 anyway.
Yeah, maybe we can include bishop d5 and kind of fiddle with it, but he decides against it here. Just bishop c4, b5, bishop b3, and does Magnus want to play? He probably will kind of have to play bishop b6 at some point. And the question becomes, does he prepare it with something like queen e7 or rook e8, or does he play it allowing
Or maybe
more?
king b3, no?
Just king h8 on f5 here, yeah. Yep.
He had one similar game in Sveshnikov knight c3 in some Bill tournament, I think. Who was the white pieces player?
It's probably the Grenke tournament you're thinking of.
You
right?
mean Baden-Baden tournament, yeah?
It was Baden-Baden, not Bill.
Yeah, the smile kind of gives it away there. I mean, it wasn't Beal, but I know the game you're talking about. Yeah.
I thought of the same game, but I have too much respect for the white pieces player.
He went with queen f6, which creates currently a threat of bishop g4, probably forces either knight d2 or h3.
Maybe knight e1, no? To be
Knight e1, yeah, knight e1, c2, e3 is a nice maneuver. White is still a little bit better, isn't he? Despite all that.
Depends on the next few moves. So it's hard to say now.
It's move by move, no? But did he miss queen f? Did he miss 91? Looks very strong. And rook e1 played, not 91. Maybe he misheard us.
Yeah.
What do you do? Bishop e6, bishop g4. What's the move here?
Bishop g4, rook e3. I don't know if we like. Does black actually want to force rook e3? Rook e3 seems like a normal move. So yeah, just bishop e6. What you want is to play rook a d8 and d5, and you will be instantly completely fine. And white needs to actually have something against that.
But the knight on g6, I get g3. It doesn't do that much for me. Nah.
No, I think just pushing for d6, d5 as early as possible is a very sound idea. And white is kind of, now that he hasn't played knight e1, knight c2, knight e3, he is kind of ill-equipped to stop that.
Maybe a4, then I don't know.
I should mention that white has something I haven't seen since the start of the tournament: the bathtub. Which I'm always a fan of.
That is something we are very much in favor of. But yeah, a4, I was wondering if I could just still play rook a d8, but maybe then you can play a b, and maybe bishop d5. Because I honestly believe if you allow d6, d5 there, you're never in the running for any advantage. The knight on c6 is just such a comfortable piece; it never gets shaken off that porch.
Maybe a4, ba4.
ba4 is also very possible, of course. Yeah. I somehow didn't quite like it, but I don't know why. Probably completely fine. Yeah, and in the other game, all 32 pieces are still on the board, and it's moved 25 now or something, yeah? 26. White has a lot more space, but he also ended up completely closing the queen side. Well, not closing, but like there's never going to be any pawn breaks on the queen side. So he will be trying to win this position on one half of the board, which generally is not very easy.
But how high would you evaluate his chances? I think, like, position-wise, they're quite high, no?
Yeah, it's an unpleasant position. Like you play, I don't know, king h1, knight f5, g4, some kind of a setup like this, but then again, I mean, how much does that even do? Yeah, g3, g4 was unnecessary in this position, but we play knight e7 here, and we start hinting that we might be finally trading something. And I don't know. I'm not a believer.
I like it. Looks like a game from an old textbook, where White slowly but surely builds up pressure on the king side.
Yeah, but the thing about those old games from textbooks is that the black player normally plays horribly.
Yeah, they never played against Hikaru in those old books.
Yeah, and these days people will be more aware of things they need to be avoiding here. And
I'm not sure if Hikaru has read those old books.
Knight e7, knight takes d. Oh, no, the pawn on h3 is hanging. That's unfortunate. I got very excited there for a second because I think it would have been a serious move if, let's say, if the pawn is still on g2 here. Knight d6, rook d6, knight e5, then go back and start pushing. Like Bronstein won a number of nice games like this. Wouldn't have been stupid, I think. But you, like, for one pawn, you don't do it if it's only one pawn for the piece. But for two,
g4, f6.
Yeah. For 2 pawns, I think this would have been a serious contender.
Yeah, but let's say White plays just king h2 instead of this. Do you want really to take?
I'm unsure. Yeah, I don't know how happy I am. He went g4. I think
what
now
I
he could.
About g4 that now knight g6 is a serious option.
Yeah, I think knight just goes back. I think knight goes back. And we want to maybe trade on f5 and play knight h4. And Hikaru doesn't really spend any time at all just playing knight g6.
So that means king h2 would have left him with a very unpleasant decision to make.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think Anish maybe was a little bit too hasty there. Yeah, and now it feels like yeah, we can. But even just, you know, a very, very cynical way of playing this, just take on f5, play knight h4, and just establish some kind of a full-on dark squares blockade. Probably extremely difficult to break down. There's also the option of sacrificing the pawn with knight g5, although I don't know, that's probably not required. Yeah, but this, it feels, will be extremely difficult to shake because you just kind of lack pieces to interact with that bishop on h4 when it arrives there.
No, we have to keep the knights.
Yeah, but then once again, like, how do you ever get rid of that troublesome knight on h4?
Yeah.
Who will rid me of that troublesome knight?
You have to go see a man about a horse. Bishop f6 played. Yep, we shall see.
So he prepares some knight f4 at some point. Maybe.
Yeah, it feels like he's remembering he's a King's Indian player, so he wants to give up that pawn and then play g6, and then he really can start pretending this is a King's Indian, and might not even be a bad King's Indian for him.
All right, so still no material exchanged in Giri Nakamura. Some exchanges in Firouzja Carlsen, where Firouzja has to win in order to equalize in this match. I don't think he's going to be able to do it.
No, I think this is exactly what we were talking about. As soon as black pushes d6, d5, he just has so much counterplay against the, you know, he starts taking the bathtub apart, and that's...
It is still a beautiful bathtub, while the black one is clearly broken, but it's not going to be enough. Magnus also playing incredibly fast, yet again. 12.5 minutes still on the clock.
No,
Yeah.
but he doesn't give handicap in this game, yeah, by playing weird stuff.
You didn't like a c5, knight c6, e6?
No, I mean, I was hoping for something like that before making the bet.
Okay.
I mean, if I knew it's Berlin, it's another story.
At least you didn't bet me a barrel of oil.
But
Yeah.
barrel of oil is
Actually,
nothing.
1,000
At current prices, it wouldn't have ruined you as much as it would have in some other
No,
eras.
I mean, I'm getting messages from everywhere that it's dumped to $5 a barrel. So, it's kind of, anyway.
Are you going all in on oil, Lawrence?
I mean, I might.
Is it happening?
I might use those Chervonas and buy myself a couple of barrels.
Yeah, and Hikaru does go for the knight f4 pawn sacrifice, and now has dynamic.
Don't blunder that queen, Anish.
Yeah.
He won't blunder the queen.
No, he won't blunder the queen.
Woo! Stranger things have happened.
He has played queen takes d7, which ran into knight takes d7 discovered check in game 1 of this match, which was a bit bizarre because
I think it was a joke.
yeah, probably it was some kind of a practical joke, but I am famously a non-humorous person and I did not understand it.
What do you do?
Rook a2. Rook
Don't push
a2
it
is
with these brazen displays of aggression, Anish.
yeah. You can play g6. I don't know if we want to necessarily, but it feels kind of natural to drive the knight away from f5.
Unless knight h6, knight f3 check.
Now then knight f3, bishop b5 check and queen takes h6. Yeah, I tried calculating that before suggesting the move. Yeah.
It's
And
not
also
what we do on this program.
I'm not sure if it's even required. I have a feeling that even something like you never ever do that, but if you just take on f5 and then on f3, or on f3 and then on f5, you're probably not losing this game because the dark square bishop will be so strong. But there's absolutely no reason for Hikaru to do that. He could include rook b6 here and force white to play b3, but I don't think Anish minds having to play b3, so I don't know what that does. Hang on a second. Rook b6, b3, rook takes. Nah, it was funny for a second, but it doesn't work. b3, rook b3. I thought, but after bishop b3, rook e4, you have queen g3. Otherwise, it was like mildly amusing, but doesn't work.
g6 played.
Yeah, I thought knight e3 was just plain impossible because of bishop b5, but you still have. I keep on forgetting there's this square on g3. It might actually still be playable. If you go knight e3, we go bishop e5. Yeah, he went knight g3, so it's irrelevant now, which is kind of good.
But you can maybe still play bishop e5.
Yeah, but there's bishop d1 in the end now.
No.
Because e4 is not hanging. Queen e7 is a lot more sensible. Not trading off, like black only really will trade off the dark square bishop for a knight if that wins him probably a lot of material. Otherwise, it's a crime against humanity to trade that bishop.
But now maybe king g2 just to avoid 90% of tricks.
Yeah, king g2 looks like a very sensible move. He went with b3, keeping maybe some of those tricks still in play, but actually maybe not. Hikaru is doing better on the clock, but not decisively better.
All right, over to the world champion, Mr. Carlsen. Alexander, do you think this Firouzja-Carlsen rivalry will be the rivalry of the 2020s, or are there other names in the mix?
No, I mean, it's a very complex question because, first of all, who knows what will happen with the world and if there will be any kind of chess rivalries going on.
Assuming the world keeps spinning.
But if the world is like this, then maybe, yeah, maybe.
I was hoping to get a hotter take. I'm going to have to ask the hot take master, Peter Svidler.
I've actually kind of the needle got shifted a little bit for me. I thought he was slightly overhyped, and then I watched Magnus seemingly genuinely struggle playing against Alireza, and you just can't help wondering whether it's not just Magnus having an off day, but it being to do with who his opponent is, and I'm now thinking that maybe it's in his head a little bit, and then it all gets a lot more interesting. So I'm a lot closer to an answer of yes than I was, let's say, even a week ago.
91 plate. I'm not very close to saying yes, Alireza will come back in this match.
That's a whole other topic, but I think it's in a larger scheme of things, it's probably somewhat irrelevant.
What do you do? Do you go F5 here?
You could, but also, like, even if you allow knight c2, knight e3, and you play rook 5 d7, I think not very much has been achieved. I think if black just does nothing, the white is so tied up to the protection of the d3 square or d3 pawn that I don't quite see how you make any progress whatsoever.
Peter, do you remember who was the player in that famous game in European Championship? It was some kind of tie break for qualification for World Cup, and one of the matches went to Armageddon. And then one of the players just started to play king h8, king j8, with black, needing a draw. Maybe Andrei, I don't remember. Maybe not, I don't know.
Yeah, I think I know the story, but I don't remember, yeah.
And I think it's now prime time to do it for Magnus, because he can just go g8, h7, g8, h7. White, I think, has zero ideas.
Yeah, maybe, like, one thing that occurred to me is that maybe if the pieces stay exactly as they are right now, in particular, no, it doesn't work because you need to include king h2. Let's put the position they have on the board. No, that also doesn't work. Okay, let me just explain what I'm talking about. d3, d4 maybe would have made some sense if you could somehow make sure that at the end of that variation, you don't lose a pawn with check. d4, ed4, and then knight takes d4. It feels extremely strange to be playing for a win by trading everything. But I think it might be slightly awkward for black to avoid giving white a passed pawn on the g file. But the problem with that is that in the end there's queen b1 check, queen takes b4, which of course instantly makes the game at least completely equal. Yeah, because knight e3, rook d6, I think you worsen your position, because here you don't even have any pawn pushes whatsoever. And like you kind of have to go knight c2 here, is my point. I mean, there are some ways to spoil your position, but no real ways of improving your position here. Maybe queen g4, but I don't know if those endgames really offer any winning chances. Queen g4, I don't know, knight e7.
Feels like he's just sailing.
Yeah, I think he is very comfortable, and also, like, if you consider the history of their games, this is not the type of position that Alireza generally beats him in. The type of position Alireza generally beats him in has more pieces on the board and a lot fewer clear-cut plans for either side. So yeah.
Knight f1.
Knight f1, but yeah,
Alireza is trying to provoke some f5, but probably it's not going to happen, yeah?
First of all, it's not going to happen, and even if it does happen, I don't think it actually is a poor move. I think if the knight lands on g3, like you probably have to prepare for the knight landing on g3 by pushing some kind of f5, or you could go. No, knight e7 blunders a pawn. You don't want to blunder a pawn here.
Speaking of knights on g3, Anish has just moved his knight from g3 to h1 to recapture there, it should be said.
What's his idea? F5?
I don't think he has an idea, but he had to make a move. Yeah. Yeah.
But he could take with king on h1.
Yeah, maybe taking with the king was was more.
I mean, maybe then it's a draw. Just maybe queen h4 check, take on g3, but at least you have extra pawn.
Yeah, queen takes g5 f4 f6. Yeah.
I don't know if there are any chances. But there might be, because you have too much space. Maybe sometime. Okay, maybe probably a draw, but some king f3, bishop d3, then e5.
Then e5 and some pushes.
Bishop f5, at least something to consider.
Yeah, and the position they have on the board right now, black, if anyone is better, it's black. It's probably still equal after, I don't know, knight g3, fg, queen e4. I don't think black makes much progress, but black also never ever loses.
Knight g3 played. Yeah, he's not going to win this.
Nope.
No, he's just, I don't know. He's missing some poison critical moments, or I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I guess Hikaru is also considering queen takes g4, which is, I suspect, also perfectly fine, but I don't know if he needs to do it.
You can take queen e4, queen g6.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, queen e3, queen h6. That just secures absolute safety at the very least. I think black maybe even is slightly better there.
Yep, f3 played. Queen e4. Queen g6. Hikaru's in the lead, so no reason to spice it up. And yeah, he's not losing this ever. Back to Alireza.
Yep. Alireza did find a way to at least ask a question here, because I quite liked knight d8, but this after h4 now, the black pieces are in such a weird shape that you either allow h5 or you play h5 yourself, and after knight g3 you might be forced to sacrifice some material. Maybe h5, knight g3, queen g4 is the way to go.
I have to excuse myself for 2 minutes. The game position should update.
All right.
Yeah, I don't quite like the idea of allowing h5, although like knight e6, h5, queen g5, land the knight on f4, probably also completely fine for black, but at least there's now a genuine decision Magnus has to make.
Yes.
Is he considering rook takes d3? I think he probably loses to h5 is the problem.
Yeah, that
he just loses on the spot to
loses
h5.
on the spot, actually, yeah. So he's not considering that. What is he considering?
You don't have the wheel, right, Lawrence? You can't make moves on the board.
No, I don't have
because that is a cute little line, which would be
the first way to lose for Magnus in this game. And now white can do knight e3 if he wants, because h5 is now. Knight e3, you play e4. White cannot.
No, I think the plan was to play knight g3, but then I'm pretty sure Magnus intends to play queen g4. Although actually you can also just play knight e6, but yeah, queen g4 played. That's what I thought of his idea was.
And if we go back, takes knight f1 and knight e3, is that an idea? Or knight f5?
It is, yeah, it is, and probably the best idea white has here.
Knight f5, we run into e4. This is the point. We have to go knight f1 to meet e4 with d4.
Yeah, takes knight f1. I completely missed, and it's actually quite annoying. A lot more annoying than I thought. Maybe there's a twist in the tail here.
What did I miss? Alireza
Takes-
back in business?
Takes knight f1 may have been missed by Magnus.
What's with all these blunders, Magnus?
I don't know if it's a blunder, but yeah, this looks like it might be a problem.
F5 knight e3 hits them all.
Yeah, it feels like you have to give up some material here and play for positional compensation. You might be okay after knight e6, knight e3, rook d6 simply.
Oof.
But you are obviously never happy when you know this is the best course of action available to you. Knight takes h5. No, that doesn't feel right.
That's wrong.
Yeah, that he probably did not see knight f1, because without knight f1 taking on g4 was unattractive. But this position, you are just. I think black is even better first and foremost, but even if like black is never worse is, I think, reasonably clear, and yeah, Magnus will hold this without any issues whatsoever.
He's also not spending oceans of time on his moves here. This he seems quite happy with.
Yeah, knight e4 you can even maybe spend a tempo on. No, b6 c4 though. I don't know, because if we take on d3 we kind of pin ourselves quite uncomfortably. Maybe you actually do play b6, and after c4 maybe you can just go rook d4.
Yep, b6 played.
Yeah, no, I think the critical is probably c4, rook d4, c5, but that should never work out for white. Rook takes b4 probably is quite sufficient. Yeah. The black pieces are just way too active here for...
In the meantime, I'm not sure if you guys mentioned this, the Giri Nakamura game has ended peacefully, so Hikaru Nakamura wins that match. Congratulations.
Not that I want to stir any trouble, but how is it finished? And what I mean by that is you were telling us that there are no draw offers in this tournament.
That's what I thought, yeah. Maybe if it is akin to match resignation, it's allowed. I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, that would make some sense. I mean, forcing them to play out positions where it's irrelevant to the match result is unnecessary. But I was just wondering, because this is not a threefold or a position where no moves are available. c4 played, and as mentioned, I think rook d4 is the cleanest solution. I really don't believe it's the only solution, but it probably is the cleanest. Maybe rook takes d3 is also fine, but I don't like having to calculate those knight endings.
Yep, it happened as you said it would happen. c4, rook d4, c5.
Yeah, I think we take on b4 now, and that effectively ends the game, because cb6, rook b7 picks up the pawn on b6, and...
we should also mention that Mr. Grishuk is free rolling now for his 1,000 ruble.
Wait, what was it that we did?
Well, Anish drew, so...
Because we are going to tie.
Oh, right. But Alireza has to win, no?
Yes.
Can't even remember what.
Yes.
I'm just in such a state of shock of what's going on.
Yeah.
But nothing will be going on. It will be like the bet didn't happen.
It'll be a push.
Yes.
Yeah. And in your case, you didn't even have to eat the frogs.
Eat the frogs?
There's an old story about two English gentlemen who were, like you, Lawrence, had a sickness. So one of them wagered the other one a quid that he will be able to eat a live frog.
Uh-huh.
And ate it when the bet was struck. And then the other one was very upset that he lost the quid.
Uh-huh.
So he said, okay, now I wager you a quid that I can eat a live frog.
Uh-huh.
And also succeeded. And then they looked at each other and said, why have we eaten the frogs?
That's there's a moral to that story.
Yeah.
I don't get it either. It's unpleasant to eat frogs, or what is it?
When they're live, probably not very pleasant, no. Knight f7, I think.
Happened here? F7.
Knight h3 check and rook takes h4 probably is okay.
He's seen this coming.
Yeah, I don't think he is shocked by this development.
But by okay, you mean maybe winning, yeah?
Knight takes e5 probably still holds. We get it over to g4, we don't get mated. But yeah, it's kind of touch and go.
I don't
How
understand.
do you play? You check King G2 or you play?
King G2, yeah. King G2, Rook H4, knight E5.
Check
King G3.
G5.
Yeah, but is there a mating threat, like Rook A2 or something? Or Rook A1, and I will start giving my own checks. I don't know.
Was line King G3, G5, or what are you doing?
Yeah, G5, and yeah, it looks scary, but I don't quite understand how I'm getting mated here, and I might be able to generate my own play with, like, get both rooks to the A file and start checking.
I just want to draw, get some checks.
Oh, we appreciate that, Jan.
Magnus with 5.5 minutes, plenty of time. Ali Reza.
He's played knight G6. No. Knight H3.
What
Funny
is
business.
that exactly? Why is he allowing H5?
H5 played.
Confused.com?
Rook F4. Whoa.
Ah.
Has he
tactics.
seen a trick? Knight G5 check. What's the point? King H6.
Yeah, knight B4, knight H4. Yeah, I think White needs to like get the knights off the board and hold, and he will probably hold, but that's not what he needs in terms of match situation. That's a cute little tactic by Magnus there.
Let's study his face. Does he look pleased? Yeah, he looks focused. He's trying to wrap this matchup. He's trying to get all this hair out of his face.
That's a challenge in and of itself.
Oof. Yeah, Ali Reza does not look happy.
I took Magnus with 3 and a buff for this match, though, so.
I think so did I. I also said there would be a black victory. So I need him to win this, which is unlikely to happen at this point. Even though...
Yeah, I mean, if they continue,
well.
if Alireza continues pressing somehow and, you know, doesn't switch to full-on, let's make a draw mode, it's still possible, yeah.
Lawrence, what are your evening plans? Are you going out clubbing?
All in on oil. Go to bed, wake up.
Check the oil prices.
Yeah, wake up. Or if oil is at negative numbers, does that mean they pay us to fill up our cards?
You think you're asking a joke question, but I think at some point
It's
I read on the
actually
news.
quite a serious question, actually.
Yeah, no, I think at some point it was reported that with the drop in that was before some kind of a deal was struck, and now it's back to some halfway manageable numbers, as I understand them. But at some point, I think Russia was selling oil at a loss. Maybe about 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago.
Probably is today. Only an 87% drop in CF. Anyways, I believe we're here with Hikaru. I think he can hear us.
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
So that's the person to ask about the price of oil, obviously.
Yeah, for sure.
Congratulations on the match victory before
well
you get into oil.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you and see you.
Good.
Yeah.
Hikaru, what's going on? Let's start with your first match against Magnus. What happened in that tiebreak in that Armageddon game?
Yeah, I mean, I think the times were correct when we played the game. It showed 5 minutes and 4 minutes for Magnus, but the way the setup is, in the middle of that game, actually, right when I was deciding between King F1 and King H1, I got the pop-up on my screen with the message in Zoom, and so I saw it. I saw the one symbol with the chat, so I clicked it. And I saw it said arbiter said, I think it was one of the arbiters said abort the game. And so like I spent like 25 seconds trying to figure out what to do. And I was like, okay, I mean, I might as well just make a move at that point. So obviously times were correct. So it's not that big of a deal. It's unfortunate it happened when it did, but I don't think the result would have been different. So it's not such a big deal for me at this point.
Yeah. Thanks for being so gracious. I can tell you what happened on our end. We have this little tool which we call Live Chess Viewer, which displays the PGN. And there, because the PGN import was a sort of an experiment, I think the clocks were reversed. So we all protested internally, but of course it didn't affect you guys in the play zone. But a bit of a mess there.
Well, yeah, I mean, It's like, to give you an example, I rewatched this documentary on Alpha. I think it was AlphaGo very recently, like maybe a week or two ago. And I remember there was one scene in it where in the critical game when Lisa Doll won the game, the commentators said something like, "Is this a bug from AlphaGo?" And then the point was that with AlphaGo, they said if they've eliminated bugs altogether, that's much bigger than solving the game of Go. So I mean, every program has bugs still, so it happens, obviously.
And
How did it go today? Went well, yeah?
Yeah, I was going to say your match today was actually relatively smooth. You were worse in some game. I recall the game where you were a pawn down, where he didn't put near enough pressure on you.
Well, I mean, this last game I think was very messy because it was a must-win game. So I think there were two things. Anish didn't have a straightforward plan, and then secondly, he was also down on the clock as well, which made it very difficult. And I think actually towards the end, I might have had a way to win if I had played Queen G5 right away instead of allowing him to double his rooks on the back rank. So yeah, I mean, overall it was good. The first game was, I mean, pretty terrible, I think, from both of us. In the opening, I was probably just much worse, I think. And then Anish just let me off the hook. He just tried to play normal moves instead of trying to punish me. So I got pretty lucky in that, and then it turned into a smooth victory. And I mean, other than that, it was just very, very smooth, it felt. So it's nice to win a match where you don't feel like there's a lot of pressure throughout.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, internally, when you got that endgame in game 2, I understand it was probably quite unpleasant before the E and F pawns got traded. But once the EF pawn get traded, did you feel like you will be pushed around and you will have to defend for a very long time, or did you feel you will always hold it very comfortably?
Yeah, I mean, I think I felt pretty comfortable that I'd be able to hold it. I mean, I think when he played this F4 move in game 2, this, I think there should have been a way to keep everything going where it's just much slower, I felt. Because it's sort of, he forced it where it's like we both have like 5 or 6 minutes, and then it's just a matter of finding the right moves. Yeah, like a few moves earlier, like you go back a few moves. I think at this point already it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, somewhere around here, instead of this Queen E5, Queen D4, I mean, I thought maybe if you go back one move. Yeah, just go back instead of Rook D3. I thought here Bishop E5, F6 was a better try because both rooks stay on the board. Like F6, Queen C4, Rook C4, Bishop D4, Bishop D4, Rook A4, A3. And I mean, it should be a draw, but both rooks stay on the board, and we there's plenty of time for me to start thinking and coming up with a bad idea if Anish can find a way to pose me some problems. So I thought this was a better try because once we got into this very simplified rook and bishop ending, I think it's always a draw, and we both had too much time. So like if you can't put pressure on the clock as well, then it's going to be too easy, I think, to hold here. I mean, I think already in this position, it's very, very hard to even come up with a plan after this rook F8.
In the meantime, the Alireza versus Magnus game has ended in a draw. So Magnus wins that one, 2.5, 1.5, gets his revenge. So no Armageddons today.
Well,
only one so far, which is I think somewhat surprising, but it was a very exciting match that ended in Armageddon.
Hikaru, what do you think? What's going on with Anish in these rapid games? He has not been playing very well. Is it just a rapid thing online? What's happening there?
So, I mean, I think there are a couple things. I think, first of all, Anish has not played as much online chess as most of the other guys, especially like myself and Maxime. So I think it's probably a little bit less familiar. And so it's slightly different looking at a screen for a couple of hours instead of looking at an actual board. That's the first thing. Secondly, I mean, I think it's just maybe he's just a little bit rusty because he hasn't played since the candidates, perhaps. And so like yesterday, obviously was really, really bad, I think, by anyone's standards. And I think just pushing it over from playing Maxime to having to play me is very hard. So yeah, I think just for Anish, it's difficult, but I think also it's hard because all these guys have to play in the candidates. So it's sort of like a cat and mouse game where you have to decide what openings are you going to play for like Jan, Fabiano, Maxime, and of course Anish. So to me, I thought that was like, it's just Anish playing his real openings kind of surprised me. This Nimzo yesterday was just, I mean, terrible. So it just I was surprised by that. And I think also, to use an example, I think it's very tricky because I played this match against Fabiano in St. Louis in, I think it was like October of 2015, with the candidates coming up in February. And I played this match, and I played like a mix of everything. I had a bad match, and Fabiano played better than me, and he won the match. And by winning that match, it kind of reversed the fortunes, where after that match he started playing much better against me, whereas before that match he had a lot of issues. So I think, I mean, with candidates only halfway done, if certain people start like just crushing other people who they're playing the candidates, there could be some psychological stuff which will actually matter down the road when they resume play.
Right. How's normal, quote unquote, normal life been for you in Corona times? Do you leave your house? Do you go shopping? Do you go running? What's the situation over there?
Yeah, I mean, more or less it's fine. I don't normally go out that much to begin with, so it's not like there's some huge change in my lifestyle, certainly. But I think it was very surprising, because I would say with coronavirus, sometime around second week of March or thereabouts, right after the travel ban and people couldn't travel to Europe anymore, I just started zoning out completely from the news. So it was really a shock when, I think it was like last week maybe, I tried to go to the supermarket. I just been going once a week anyway, and it's like they're like, well, you can't come in, you don't have a face covering. So that's when it kind of started getting very real for me. But I think in general it's not changing much. I'm still at home. I get out every so often, but I mean, I think with the situation, everybody kind of has to stay inside. But I think more than that, the trickiest part is finding motivation, finding like any interest to do anything. I mean, I'm finally studying chess again, but for quite a while, it's just like you don't really. It's hard to find the motivation because you don't know when your next tournament is, and when you don't know when your next tournament is, it's are you studying? Are you going to play in a month, or is it going to be 4 or 5 months down the road? So finding the motivation to do anything is probably the hardest part about this.
Gotcha. Well, we hope you'll be motivated for your next matches. Congratulations on the victory. Thank you so much for joining, Hikaru.
Sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Hikaru. And yeah, an eventful day where Alireza, I think I have to say I've been very impressed by Magnus today. I think the way he approached the games was...
That game two spoiled it a little. He pulled himself together after that, but that was shocking.
A little bit, but in general, but okay, that was a blunder where he could have easily won that match.
That is not the takeaway I expected, to be honest. I'm like, after winning game one very confidently and cleanly, I was much more impressed with the fact that Alireza continues finding way to find chinks in the armor and to score some points against Magnus. And the way game one went and the way game two was going for a time, it seemed to me like maybe Magnus for the first time in a while will just record a kind of a clean sweep, not necessarily a 4-0 clean sweep, but a clean sweep in terms of never being really in danger, being more or less fully in control throughout. And he still found a way to lose, or if Alireza still found a way to win there. And I think for me that was a bigger takeaway than Magnus then finding resources to win game three. I'm more and more impressed with the young man.
Oh, being impressed with him is unquestionable. I never felt like Magnus was in danger actually at any moment, even after losing. Somehow, I always had faith, and of course Hikaru as well. I mean, as he was talking about, he really didn't feel the pressure today. He didn't feel like he was in any danger.
Yeah, after that first game, it never felt like Anish was coming back in that match. Maybe briefly in game two, there was some hope that he could push at least, but yeah, didn't really come close. So we've just seen the results on the screen. 3 full points for both Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. Magnus winning both his matches, while Hikaru lost the first match, but he scored a point because he got to Armageddon. Therefore, I would guess they're in the co-lead because they've played more than Maxime and Ding. Yep. Magnus in the lead, then Hikaru, then MVL and Ding Liren and Fabiano Caruana.
So
tomorrow, what do we have tomorrow?
Let's have a look what we've got tomorrow. Tomorrow we've got 4 remaining players. MVL,
yeah, Jan is playing against MVL, and
Yes.
Ding plays against Fabi. Once again, a full candidates lineup, so to speak, in action tomorrow.
Ding Fabi, world number 2 against world number 3, no?
Yeah, that's going to be. I think if you have to choose the flagship pairing for tomorrow, it is definitely the Ding against Fabi. But I think it will be very, very interesting to watch what happens with Jan for the remainder of the tournament, because I think he got fairly steamed up by the end of yesterday after failing to convert 2 really well played games, which he dominated more or less from start to finish in games 1 and 2. And then somehow losing a very pleasant position to begin with the white pieces in game 4. And that match kind of showed both the best and the worst of Jan Nepomniachtchi, because he clearly outplayed his opponent for large portions of the time, but ended up with no points to show for it. And sometimes this leads to things getting somewhat out of hand for him. So as a fan and a friend, I hope that doesn't happen, but it will be something to watch.
And it's fun to watch, even if it gets out of hand. That's an added dimension he brings that could go any direction. I'm very much looking forward to it, but I'm also very curious about the Ding versus Caruana. Neither is perceived as a rapid specialist, even though with Ding, I think he mainly just doesn't play that much rapid. But I'm very curious. Both won their first match. Could be very relevant for qualifying to the semifinals and finals. Going to be fun matches. Here we have Niels Grandelius playing fun matches, fun games, hopefully. Starting at 8 p.m., the Swedish number 1, and my colleague on Team Carlsen, one of the nicest guys in the business, as us in chess call the chess business, because we think it's the most important business. Lawrence, what else is going on? Do we have promotions for today?
We do. I'll remind everybody that today, ladies and gentlemen, you can get your merch delivered to you without it costing you a single ruble. That's right. It's free shipping today using the code Invitational. You like your t-shirts, you like your hoodies, mugs, everything else. They're all in the shop, chess24.com/store. You can get all of that delivered today, only free of charge. And remember, you can become a premium member for Chess24 by using the code STAYATHOME, 40% off. It's an incredible deal. It's going on throughout the entirety of this tournament. You get access to all the videos in the archive, hundreds of hours in Spanish, English, German. You've got the chance to play, for example, Niels Grandelius.
Is your Trompovsky course included in that, or is that
my
extra?
Trompovsky course is still included in that deal.
As are all the courses.
As are all the courses. If you become premium now, in the next 10 minutes, you're like, oh, I like Niels Grandelius, I'd like to play him. Become premium and you'll have a shot to play him in his Banter Blitz session, amongst all of the other perks, analysis tools and everything else. So make sure you take advantage of it, 40% off. And and of course, tomorrow we'll have another special deal. Also remember to check out our sister platforms, chessable.com. You've got CoChess. Remember to check out all of that. You've got, of course, Magnus Carlsen's own website, the Magnus Trainer. So much going on. How could you possibly not love it? Do yourselves a favor, get all of it, because what else have you got to do? Let's face it.
Yeah, and of course, support for good old Chess24, so we can keep doing all this stuff. Very much appreciated. Now with a 40% discount offer. Thank you so much, Peter. Thanks, Lawrence. Thanks, Alexander Grishuk, who snuck out of here again. I never realized
he just comes and goes.
He's like Madora. He doesn't like to say goodbye. He just boom, he's gone like he goes. But yeah, he's always great to have on. Tomorrow, we don't know, as usual. We don't know if Grishuk will show up and when he will show up. We also don't know if and when Magnus will show up, but usually at least one of them, if not both. You know, they can't resist showing up here. Thank you, guys. Thanks, everybody behind the scenes. Thanks to everybody watching.
And we are also able to see yesterday's highlights, which will be played. Perhaps we can roll the video as well on Sam Shankland's new course for Chessable on the Semi-Slav as well. And this will take you right the way through to Nils playing his Banter Blitz. I believe he'll be starting in 15 minutes, but he'll probably come on air slightly before to say hello. So from us,
Nils, and talk some trash, because it is late at night for him. He will appreciate a little challenge.
Looking forward to tomorrow, guys. Thanks, everybody who has watched. And we'll be back for more action tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Cheers, guys.
I'm curious, Magnus, what you think? Because I also felt you played very quickly in your match yesterday.
I didn't feel like I played that quickly. No, I totally disagree. I felt like I played quite normally, and then usually when I spent time I blundered, so probably should have played more quickly.
Right. So, tense match, what are your impressions?
Yeah, it was, I mean, I definitely should have lost one of the first two games. I mean, especially the second game, I think he didn't even have to go for the end game if he had just continued attacking in some way.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Here.
We are back again. We are being joined by the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, congratulations on the match victory. How'd it go?
No, thank you. It wasn't an easy ride, that's for sure. But what can I say? I'm happy to have made it in the end.
Yeah, it was a bit of a roller coaster. Were you actually worried at any particular moment? Because I still felt like you had things under control, even after losing that game. I felt like you didn't panic. It's not your speciality to panic, is it really? But
no, so the thing is, I wanted to, I mean, truth be told, I wanted to crush him today. So
you wanted to crush him? What? Explain. What?
So I felt like a narrow win wouldn't really make up for the fact that I actually lost the match to the guy. So I really felt like today I should go for. The match should be over after 3 games. That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I wanted. And the fact that didn't happen, yeah, it kind of pissed me off. And I still played, I think, decently in the first and third games.
Mm-hmm.
That was okay, but yeah, still I feel like should have done more.
But you know, as we say in the business, it's the result that matters. You beat him in.
I don't know.
No.
Have you had time to have a look at what happened in game 2? Well, because
so there were. I felt like things were going pretty well for me up to a certain point. If we go back like on move, I don't know, 20 or so, it felt like I sort of regrouped really nicely. And yeah, as he goes knight c1, d5, it feels like g4 is never really good because I'm taking the bishop goes to h5. So yeah, he castles. And there were several things wrong with me playing c4, I have to say. The first one is that it's not the move I intended to make. The move I intended to make was de4, de4, and then c4. So that was the first thing that pissed me off. And the second thing is that it's probably not a good move at all. Because yeah, I'm getting my bishop b6, but I'd sort of, I'd missed. I mean, you're not going to believe what I'd missed. So my intention, instead of bishop b6, was to go knight f3. And then rook f3, and then queen d4 check, winning the rook on a1.
Ah, that's a problem.
Yeah, that is not a check. That's the main issue with that line. Otherwise, it probably would have been pretty nice. So I mean, I felt like my entire game was being upended in 2 moves. Like suddenly, I had to fight for survival because I've pretty much just given up a pawn and trapped my own knight. But fortunately, this bishop b6 was pretty good, and then queen a7. Yeah, I think objectively I'm probably quite all right here. Okay, so we go on. g4, yeah, knight e2 just felt too nice not to play. Yeah. And with the exchange here, sack here, I was not the least bit worried. I thought, practically speaking, I'm never losing this. And yeah, queen e2 was probably bad. I think he should have gone to g2. I don't know. It just felt like in the game after queen e2, I'm getting queen d4 and then queen e4, which is kind of a problem. Okay, so the game proceeds pretty much normally. King h3. takes. Bishop h6 is just the kind of move that feels nice to play, and by now it's pretty clear that with my superior, with these two bishops that in general aren't much worse than a knight and a rook, but also with an active queen and the safer king, I should be doing pretty well, at least practically speaking. Yeah, so he goes for rook b7. The line you were giving queen e4, I probably just have queen c3, right?
Yeah, queen c3 I thought was very strong there.
Yeah. So here, I mean, I'm gaining a4. I should be in total control. Yeah, rook g3, queen a1, knight f2. That's what he did, right? And the thing is, like, he doesn't even have a threat. I can just run with the a pawn. Yeah, as you're even giving, like, I can even just run, and my position is so comfortable.
Yeah. Do you think that's one of his greatest strengths, Magnus? That he's just very resourceful. That he can just find these you know, when he's in, because he does get, you know, outplayed still quite often at the top level, but he's somehow...
Yeah, no, obviously it's what keeps him afloat, and that he's just devilishly tricky tactically speaking. So he's obviously a good chess player all around, but I think he must expect to be outplayed from time to time against the best in the world. But sure. Yeah, he's just very, very slippery, and I think he's done in general a decent job of not losing immediately here. But I still think that, practically speaking, after a move like a4, he would have been really, really hard pressed to get anything out of this game. It really is sort of hard to imagine what can go wrong. You can try something like rook d3. But I think at the very least, I can just do rook f8 here and ask him what he's actually got. Yeah, rook d7, bishop d5 looks very, very good. Yeah, I thought the other rook. Yeah, okay. But so the thing is, when I went rook d2, I even seen queen g4, but I just thought queen f1 was mate, and obviously it is mate, but I'm not the one who's mating. I just hadn't seen rook g2 at all.
All right. Well, look, congratulations. So who have you got next, actually? You've got a day break and you've got...
Yeah, I think I have Fabi next.
Yeah. Who's that? No. I was saying, who's that? No, that's going to be an interesting one, because as well, you know, a lot of people were saying Fabi struggles at these time controls, and I said that, you know, against Jan, if Jan doesn't put the ball in the back of the net, as we say in the business, he could get punished. So you're not going to take Fabi lightly at all, are you?
No, I mean, I thought, considering Jan a series favorite in the previous match, if anybody did that, that was a serious mistake. I think Fabi is very strong in general, so I think it's going to be a bit difficult, but I'm hoping to be slowly playing myself into form at this point.
All right. Anything from you, Peter? Any questions for Magnus?
Yeah, that last bit is what we were sort of discussing on air for the past couple of days. How difficult it is. I understand you are one of the most practiced people at playing chess online, but still, there has to be a bit of a gap to bridge between, let's say, playing 15-10 over the board and 15-10 online. And it did feel like today for most people, maybe Anish accepted somewhat strangely. It's getting closer to where the standard has to be, but it should still take some time. And how much of a factor do you think that is, Magnus?
Yeah,
Just staring at the screen for 2 hours or 3 hours straight.
No, I felt like it was definitely easier today. So now I mean I feel pretty much adapted at this point. There is no worries there.
Because it did feel like in the first couple of days there were things which were difficult to explain, considering the star quality of the tournament, and there were definitely bits in there which should not happen to players of that caliber. But there was a lot less of it today, so I think people are getting adjusted.
Yeah, I think today was a lot more normal, and I felt like today I actually played a couple of decent games of chess that wouldn't have been like crazy even at longer time controls. So yeah.
All right. Well, look, well done. Always a pleasure, never a chore, as we say in the business. No, seriously though, it's nice to see fighting chess. You're going to have a big fight against Fabi in a couple of days, so now you're going to get prepared and rest up for that. We've got a big day tomorrow as well, and your boy Niels is ready to banter blitz on just now. So
you'd be a fool to miss it.
You'd be a fool to miss it, and you'd be a fool not to become premium, because Magnus himself often does his own band split sessions where he gets to play against all of you guys, but you can only play him if you are premium. So remember to become premium, and you'll be able to do that. I think we're good. Jan, you're very quiet.
Yeah, sorry, I had some parenting on the side to do, but it looks like I once again have to ask the hard questions here. Magnus, the hair situation, is it because of Corona, or are you working on a man bun again? You have so much hair.
I know. I think the hairdressers are actually opening next week. I asked my mother whether she would cut my hair here the other day, and nah, she didn't want to. Apparently, I'm a grown man and I have to deal with those things on my own, which I found neither satisfying nor true. So the situation, there is not going to be a man bun. At this point, I would just be copying Nepomniachtchi anyway. So yeah, this situation probably by the end of the tournament is going to be different.
All right, we'll await curiously what's to come there. Thank you so much for joining, Magnus.
Thank you,
Thanks
Magnus.
everybody for watching, and challenge Niels. He needs a little challenge.
See you tomorrow.